That's Tofik. So Tofik, do you have the name?
Yeah, there are some BCRs there, important BCR and funding. So,
I feel like high school. I'm the only one that didn't bring my laptop.
Yeah, it's, you could take notes and things.
I had to walk from. Before this, I had an appointment scheduled with the mechanic before I knew about this a few weeks ago. So I didn't want to break my appointment. And I figured I'd just walk here, but I didn't want to carry my laptop. There's some kind of shady looking people.
Cows?
Yeah.
That's where mine is.
Okay.
Getting drinks done today. Either the beer.
Oh, okay. I see. I have an idea. What this is.
did I send you which one?
Who sent me that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Some more for you to look over.
Oh,
There is another.
thanks, Doug.
Hurry up, Tofik, you're already 5 minutes into your time. Got 25 minutes now. So we'll try and keep everything on schedule today. So,
I just sent it. That is another presentation. Okay.
is there anything else you want to discuss while you're waiting for this to load? Is there anything else you want to discuss while you're waiting for that to load?
Yeah, there are some BCR I already gave.
Okay.
Sure, and I have a few things. I can discuss.
Except for the one I couldn't sign.
Council member,
Tammy's?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't sign that one.
Council member, we got an invitation from ICBC. They have a board of directors meeting. So let me read the email for you. So I hope all is well. I'm not sure if you had a chance to meet with Chief Logan this week regarding opening our community reception on June 11. But I was also wanted to let you know that invitation, we would like to send invitation to the extend to Chief Logan, all council members, Executive Director Tawfiq Islam, and Todd. So the ICBC event will be on June 11, 2025 from 5 to 7 p.m. at Two Rivers Gallery, 725 Canada Games Soil. So the ICBC CEO and the board of director will be there, and they want to, the chief and council be there.
Is that?
Sure.
So June 11, 2025 from 5 to 7 p.m. So I'm going to send you the calendar invitation. Just kindly confirm that if you are available, so accordingly.
What is it called? The ICBC?
ICBC, yes. So this is called like a reception with ICBC.
From 5 to 7 at the art gallery?
Yeah. June 11, 2025, 5 to 7.
And where is that?
It's Two Rivers Gallery.
Discovery.
I think it was from the Civic Center.
Wednesday.
In the evening.
Yeah.
I'll send the invitation to all council members,
Perfect.
but they want a RSVP by today.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, what?
So they're telling me,
Tofik, which one is that?
oh, that is like ICBC reception, and the board of director of ICBC and the CEO of ICBC, they're gonna be here, and they would like to invite, let it in the chief and council in the reception ceremony.
They're giving us special discounts.
No, I've asked that before.
Would be nice.
So for an event like that, like I do have, I will be helping close the store that day. So like if it's really important, I can make stuff happen. But should
It's not mandatory. It's just if you can show up, you can show up. If not,
okay, because like anything that's like really important, just let me know. I'll make sure I make arrangements with the store. But if it's not like super important, I'd rather.
it's a reception. They're probably gonna have cheese and wine.
Okay, so
So what I can do, I can send all council members name there, and then if you can make it, great. If you cannot make it, it is not like super obligatory.
Exactly. Yeah, just RSVP everybody, and if people don't make it, it doesn't matter.
Nice.
Okay, now
Which mouse I use?
this you're down to 20 minutes. So pick.
Okay, take it easy.
Tough, but
It's like we can take extra time out of mine.
Interest paper. Thank you. Good morning, council member. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present here today. So first of all, like I would like to introduce myself. Who am I? And what is my background and how long I have been working for the band. So, council member, who am I? I am a proudly Canadian citizen since 2016. I have settled in Prince George since 2018. Me and my spouse were married for 24 years. By the way, I'm 49. And we are blessed with one son, Wasi, who goes to UNBC and pursuing the bachelor degree in public administration and community development. So he was this size, something here.
Yeah, I know.
He's a grown up.
I see him last year. Yeah, weird.
So my work history with Abedin since 2018. 18 is like I joined as an accountant for the band, and then like previous chief and council appointed me as a finance manager for the band, and since then like I played in different role. Like started from finance manager, then chief financial officer, director of finance and compliance. This position are a little bit specialized. So specialized position means like director of finance. That for that part, I was reporting to the executive director. But by director of compliance, I was reporting to the directly chief and council. Because that was the time we got our financial management board certification. And in order to keep all operation in according to the compliance, we need to keep things in order. Every operation, every contract, every so that like we comply the regulations. So chief and council appoint me as the director of compliance for anything like say if the executive director complying with any rules or regulation, I report directly to the council members.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? It's a brag moment for the first snake for our financial management board. We're number 2 in Canada.
Oh wow, nice.
So, and then like during that time, so sometime in 2020, end of 2022, council appointed me as deputy executive director. So deputy executive director also is specialized position because in our First Nation community, if we are not that big size, we don't need a deputy executive director. Executive director is the person who manages everything. So, but during that time, council felt that I needed to be there. So they appointed me as a deputy executive director. I served the nation for deputy executive director for 2 years. And then like during September 2023, when our past executive director left or is not no longer with us, during that time, the council member appointed me as acting executive director. So there is an opportunity because and we actually engaged MNP, council engaged MNP to have the executive director position for the band. So since sometime in November, I felt myself, you see, my background is throughout this finance. That means I'm a finance guy. So I built up my career as finance. I am super excited about finance. I know finance. But that time, like when I was in this position, I don't have any option to go back. And like this position is not deputy executive director, is not a, I didn't feel like it's a position that like cater my background and everything. So I gave a big thought and then I stepped down from the process and I applied as an executive director position for the bank. So MNP was the hiring company who managed the full hiring. There are some interviews and everything. It was a fair hiring process as far as I know. I was interviewed by all council members and finally with the score I achieved, council appointed me as executive director effective from January 4, 2024. It is more than a year now. So during that time, I felt myself that, okay, so I have a Master of Commerce in Accounting, I have a Master of Commerce in Management, Master of Business Administration. I postgraduate diploma in Strategic Management Accounting, and I'm Certified General Accountant Level 4 completion. That means my education background is all about the finance and accounting. But I feel that since I was appointed, so I have to get some real designation for the fund administrator. So I pursued this Certified Aboriginal Professional Administrator from AFO Canada, and I'm greatly gratitude to my colleagues that I had to give a lot of effort to get this designation. I was awarded this designation in February 2025. So I'm a certified Kappa. And my past work experience is like I was finance and accounting manager at Leo's Manufacturing Company in Saskatchewan. I was vice president of finance and administration, East Coast Business Group. I was working as a finance manager for Asia Pacific region for a multinational company, Baker Hughes. It operates in Canada as well. In 143 countries, I was managing like 7 countries finance manager. I was managing 48 people in finance department. And I was country finance head for the Cathay Pacific Airways. And these are like with my 22 years career. And I already talked about my education. So this is my designation picture like in AFOA conference in Halifax. So since I joined Credit today, so there are some stories that I have to tell you. So when I joined, so there was like our finance department was very weak. I had to tell it now. So there are like not a proper, like it's not in the standard. So during that time, I had 2 choices. Number 1 is like by all means go ahead with this process. Or second option is like if I'm not being cooperated, I probably cannot comply myself with that standard. I'm so glad during that time I got support from Clay and Dolin and other council member during that time to guide me through that. No, to maintain a standard, by all means we maintain a standard. So while we are maintaining the standard, like what standard we are talking about here, the data entry, those are like not according to the generally accepted accounting principle. Councillor never reported the financial statements monthly basis. Council never got any budget. So those are the standard that time. So now we do budget, we have budgetary control, and I can guarantee you the financial operation the bank is operating now, that is world class. So that is the standard we set up for the bank financial operation. So when you do that time we saw an opportunity to become a financial management board certification. For that, we are needed like the human resource policy, finance policy, infrastructure, information technology policy. So we started developing those policies. I'm pretty sure that time I got a lot of help from Dolin, especially from Clay. I need to mention Clay that time because Zawad was there. He was a student. So we hired Zawad that time as a helping this FMP certification process, developing the policies. So we developed the policies. It came to council table, council approved it, and we executed those policies. that was actually a step ahead to the certification process. It was a requirement actually. Then we needed the strategic management plan. We did it. We needed the risk management. We did it. We need a multi-year financial plan. We did it. So those are the steps we had to go for the FMD certification process. So we were prepared sometime in December 2020, fully prepared for the process. But unfortunately, I didn't get much cooperation from my past executive director at that time. He was like, okay, if we go through that in-person meeting, he told me that I took a challenge that time. The reason I'm mentioning you, not blaming the past executive director, but the challenge I took throughout my career with the So he told me that topic, this is something like, what if we fail? If we fail, the council wouldn't appreciate it and you shouldn't go for that. I took the challenge. I told, I'm going to take the challenge. If I don't pass, I'll quit. But I have to get it from the bank. I'll do my best for that. So that time, I can mention that me and Zawad, we worked like 17, 18 hours per day to prepare all documentation for financial management board testing. And in March, finally we appeared the test. First CPA across from Canada, for 2 weeks they did the testing, right this home office. And we were like, not only passed, we scored like 98%. We were one of the highest scorer in all over Canada. And being a 43rd nation across Canada, we were FME certified band. Now, what did that give us? It gave us so exposure that whenever council member goes somewhere that our band is financial management system certified, it gives me that thing that, oh, this band is operating like as per policy and regulation. Their internal control system, their financial management, their administration, their governance is up to the standard. So they blindly rely on that when they see the certificate. So we have been operating after the certification. We have been operating according to the standard, according to the council approved policy, and we are awarded the next one, that BC First Nation Best Practice Award. Here. So we are the best First Nation in British Columbia. We were awarded.
Yeah.
So now after that, I tried to go for some financing, some long-term, low-interest financing option. So, but I didn't have much authority that time. So when I became the executive director last year, I started pursuing that one. And that is with First Nation Finance Authority. So I negotiated with them last year in May and secured low-interest financing to $68 million. That means like we just need a BCR to them that we need $60 million from you for this project. No collateral.
Well, that was the main point of FMB, getting designation as low interest and getting, if we feel there's a major project, we have borrowing power to get to that level.
Yes.
That was the main point. Yeah.
So $68 million, it is pre-approved there, sitting there. A great funding support for our economic development. All we need to do. So the collateral, no security. Only they're going to do is say we are getting First Nation BC Gaming funding every year, $400,000. They're going to just collateral that one, something like that. That fund will go to them. They're going to release us to us. And every month we pay the loan and interest. The interest rate is very low. How low? Comparing to the bank interest, it is, I would say, it is probably half or 3/3, according to the bank interest. So this was our achievement. Definitely, it is a big teamwork. Every department manager, so they worked hard throughout this whole process. So I'd like to share the certificate. So this is the Financial Management Board certificate we got. So this is the AFO, the Best Practice Award, and this is the FNFM. So after after being taking the role of executive director, so the things I found that in order to operate the bank administration in a transparent, fair, and away from council, so that like we can operate in a fair way, in a transparent way. Council doesn't require to involve in membership each request. Previously like a council member, a band member need a vote, so we need to go to council. Hey, somebody is asking for a vote. So for $150, we have to go back to council. So those are like time wasting things. So that operational efficiency, we developed some policy here. Number one is band member support policy. Band member support policy, it contains like, I'm going to send you all the policy, what I have. So it is like in an email, I'm going to send you the all policy. It is already in our website for our membership. So band member support policy is something. Number one is like emergency policy. Emergency means like, if a member need a help, so first of all, what we do, we send to the department, respective department. If somebody need education help, if somebody need family development help, if somebody needs some grocery, if somebody needs social assistance help, we send to the department first. If for any reason the department cannot accommodate to help them, then this fund kicks in. So it is something like say $250 each year for each membership in a year, that emergency assistant. It also includes the funeral. So includes the funeral policy. Our funeral policy says that if a band member passed away, their family can request to close the office for 2 days. One is like the funeral day, another is like the day the band member passed away. It is in the policy, but subject to some band member, they don't want to close the office. No. You keep the office open, make the operation. But in order to show the respect that we are open, we ask the family, said, do you want to keep the office open or close? If they tell close it, we close it. And also, council member approved here that for funeral, $15,000 for his family. That covers all funeral expense, including the funeral home and burial services, everything. $15,000 for each member. It is in the band member support policies. Procurement policy, we developed the procurement policy and council approved it. This policy is like a very good policy. That means like anything over 100,000. So we have an authorization matrix in place in the band operation. Like department manager can approve up to $3,000. Directors can approve up to $10,000. Executive director up to $15,000. And anything above that, it goes to council. So now that $50,000, $10,000, $3,000, I myself, or like the director or the manager can approve basis on the pre-approved budget of council. Like council approved budget for the next fiscal year, we can only approve within that budget limit. If we see that something special that is not included in the budget, if it is even $500, I bring it to the council table. The council, sorry, it was not in the budget, so I need your special approval for the $500 or like $1,000, whatever is the amount. And procurement policy is like, our policy is like we give fair opportunity to everyone, and especially for the band-owned companies. So we put a some bidding discount here. Bidding discount means like, say, we send a RFQ to other company, $100,000 work, say. So if 3 companies apply for that work, so the third company, say it is a band-owned company, band member owns company. So we give a like, as if we determine if the first contractor give like say 100,000, second contractor give like 98,000, and our band member gives $102,000, for example, highest bid. Still, the band member will get a 5% discount. We're going to assume that bid is worth, the submission is like $95,000, say, or $96,000. So that gives a bigger opportunity that the band member gets the work. That is in the procurement policy. Trademark policy. Trademark policy is like previously, our trademark and logo, it was misused. A lot of people, they just pick it from our website, put it somewhere there. We work with Tasheena. So we don't want it anymore. So prepare a trademark policy, and we have been circulated with all business associated, new, especially an existing business associate, that this is our trademark policy. Unless you are a partner of Tasheena, you are not authorized to use our trademark policy, our trademark or our logo. If you do so, you take legal action. And trade course support policy. That is another excellent program. This program is like, our education fund is limited. We get like $250,000 for post-education, post-secondary education, and that is not enough. And not every of our band member or student, they are interested or like want to or pursue the post-secondary. So trade course is there. But we have a department for the job development. That department, not every time they can accommodate this. So the way we designed it, that the band will create a pool of fund of $100,000 every year for the trade course support policy. When a student comes, they'll go to the education department first, then they will go to the job development department. If they both cannot accommodate, then this program kicks in. And the $100,000, how are you going to recover that amount? Economic development. We engage economic development that for every company we sign an agreement for revenue sharing agreement, number one, they need to contribute $5,000 for this program. That is the first criteria. Our target is like we're going to sign revenue share contract at least 20 a year or like whatever. Then like that will give us that funding, $100,000, number one. And the companies, we told them that at least they have to hire 2 of our membership as an apprenticeship or like qualified trade course completed member, they need to hire them, at least 2. So those things we added in our revenue sharing agreement. Housing policy, that was a big one. We worked like almost 6 months to develop this policy. So this policy actually, first council member directed us that we're going to oversee the housing, but every housing operation has to be completed by the administration, including that includes the distribution allocation of the houses. The council member will not interfere with the allocation of the houses. The policy is there how to allocate the house. For any reason, if that is like there is a deviation from that policy, administration is responsible for that. But what we have been doing in every council meeting, monthly council meeting, at least once in a month or like twice in a month, the housing department comes to the council meeting, they gives an update to the council. The council members, so these are the area list, council member, these are the housing list, and this is who are in the top, who are in the bottom, and if there is a house distribution, we keep you update so that we know that council member always like membership come to you and ask you a question so that you have the answer that how this house or how this was allocated to membership. But there is a clean policy there that housing manager is the person who has the authority to allocate the house according to the council approved policy. We have in progress, we have been working with the health policy for last 5 months. Is a big one because we need to comply with the all health regulation. So, for housing policy, it was pretty easy compared to the health one. Health one is like confidentiality part is a huge. So that part, like we are working so that like every policy that meets the provincial health guideline. So we are working on that, and hopefully in a month or 2, we're going to finish the health policy. So
This topic.
I cannot. I need 10 more minutes, please.
It's so long waiting.
Let him know it. I'm going to shorten him up. Now you're going to short your presentation by 10 minutes. So develop the dynamic and efficient. So this like what I did an executive director. So dynamic, develop dynamic, the efficient organizational chart and implemented with council approval. So dynamic and efficient organizational chart means it will be my next slide. The previously executive director was giving the decision to janitor to purchase the supplies, janitorial supplies. I saw that check requisition for janitorial supplies. Well, it is not efficient. So the way it was designed, like directors and underneath the director, the managers. But I'll show you the organizational chart. Another one is like, I feel that tenancy must be separated from the bank totally. So I worked with Tenantino Board of Directors to develop the terms of reference. That was the first thing. And then all the terms of reference was completed. Then we we hired the corporate finance manager for Tanotine. The finance guy is the first guy. And then we transferred our brand HR manager to Tanotine because she knows everyone in Tano. So there is a corporate finance manager, there is a corporate HR manager. Now we are waiting for the CEO. We got our CEO now. So CEO is there. So it is totally separated from the band now. No connection at all.
Except the boards.
Forest.
The boards, right?
Yeah, except the board. Board is like chief, she is there as a chair. So this has been like so long. I don't know about that. But the terms of reference is telling that the council member is the supreme authority. They appoint the board of director and Tano board with Tano board's recommendation. If they want to add a board member or they want to remove a band member with a recommendation, it comes to chief and council. Chief and council appoints or fire anything. So chief and council are the supreme authority according to the terms of reference. Governance and book of Tanotine. Okay. It will be like that.
Yeah, it's the issue. I need to then disconnect it and connect it again.
So then after Ivan Salter joined as a CEO, then we started the full separation. From administration level, we don't have any connection at all now. They operate themselves. So previously, just for information, I was appointed as CFO for Tanotine, and past executive director, he was appointed as CEO for Tanotine. And we have been working 2 years like that. So when I became the executive director for the band, so that time was also that opportunity that CEO of Tanotine, but I feel that no. I want to do quality work. Quality work, if I work that both, it wouldn't work. And number two is there are some liability thing there, liability coverage. If there is an administrative level connection between the government and the business entity, so to enjoy some liability coverage like $5 million, that would jeopardize if there is an incident. So it's better to have the separation. So that separation is in place now. I need to move first, yeah. No, I cannot see that. Okay. Close the TV, turn on the TV.
Oh, you can't see all of it now.
Hello. Very good.
It's not showing actually here.
To go to commercial for technical difficulties.
Yeah, right.
Some issue with this.
Now, this organization are thousand members. So the very left side is showing the director of lands, natural resource, and stewardship. So Chelton is our director here, and Chelton manages the lands department, lands manager, the fisheries manager, fisheries department, and natural resource department. And he is a professional forester. Put this on Director of Community Services. So recruitment in progress for this position. We haven't recruited yet. So this position, it will have like the education manager, family support manager, health manager, education manager. So it will be under, and the job development, it will be under the Director of Community Services. Director of Engineering Operation, it is Zawad. Under Zawad, with the Asset Management Analyst, Special Project Manager, Manager IT and Asset Management, Housing and Public Works, and then Maintenance. This is all under Zawad. And directly under me, Director of Lands, Director of Community Service, Director of Operation, we have Communications Manager, Finance Manager, HR Manager. They report directly to me.
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Is there a way to restart it?
No, I'll have to do it remotely.
Okay, you have to do it remotely?
Yeah, I'll do it remotely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No, this side is like, see, like,
Oh, yeah. I'll do it remotely from my laptop there. I don't do anything here.
okay. So this slide is, sorry, council member, it is missing here, but I'm turning it other way. So the governance handbook shows that council appoint 3 positions for the band, not only executive director, finance manager, and executive assistant. There's the three positions. Council member directly appoint them. So after my appointment as executive director, council appointed Nasir as finance manager. How? This council discretion. And I cross-refer the section in the policy. So section 2.1, page 5, they took interview of the finance manager. They promoted them from accountant to finance manager. They appointed finance manager as finance manager. They appointed Nasir Ahmed. Section 7.7 of page 22. So we circulated the job, and according to the application, council sits like this. They took the interview. They appointed Shahid as an executive assistant for the band. And to tell some background, Shahid is like Master of Technology in Construction and Technology Management. He's a civil engineer. He's a diploma in computer application. He's a certified professional of Scrum Master. And Nasir's background is like as a finance manager. He's a CMA. And he's also an LLB lawyer, and he's also a master's in accounting. That is their background. So I separated it out because these 3 positions council direct appointed. So executive director directly manages the lands and stewardship, director of engineering and operation, finance manager, human resource manager, and directly manages until the community services is hired, director of community service. I manage the capacity and development officer, family support manager, health manager, and social assistance manager. That means like there is no layer, I manage them directly. So, and I mentioned you about this one that Zawad is Director of Engineering Operation, where he is managing his department. Natural Resource and Stewardship Shelton manages this department. Community Services will be managing Health, Family Support, all those departments. So, sorry. So, Robert French, CTHR, he recently joined as a resource manager for Fleet VTNA. So under Robert French, so he has a CPHR designation plus BA in human resource.
Sorry.
And he directly manages the Miriam May, who is benefit and payroll, Kimberly White and Candice Brown, who are the 15 list, Vegas coordinator, only director as records and filing clerk. So I manage directly Tammy Games, who is the membership and genealogy officer. My name is Tasheena Seymour, Amara Seymour, Nasir, Kelton. I can see that is Zawad, Bird. So I need to give you a little bit snapshot about the Tasheena daycare. So this is a association. The way it was set up, like according to the organizational chart. So Tasheena membership is there, then chief and council. Then it goes under two lines. One is Tenotine, another is like society. So that means like society is like totally another arm length organization from the band and from the tenor. So recently we have a conversation with MNP because it's anyway that how to give the corporate structure of daycare. So MNP strongly advise it has to be arm length from the band and from the tenor. That daycare is like individual organization, business organization. It has to be separate.
Can I interrupt for a second? The board is changing. I have Alyssa at the museum. Alyssa, what's your last name?
Canyon?
No,
It's Lear.
Lear.
Yeah.
She's taking my place.
Okay.
She knows daycares. I don't know daycare.
Well, Robinette's there.
This was a last
This was-
minute.
Yeah.
I'll be off it as well. So we'll have to find a person to take my position.
I think there's just got to be like a policy or a process to
Did you say you're
bring
coming off
this type of thing, like a LTFN policy to. Yeah.
We had one day to create this.
I couldn't hear Kyle. I just asked him to repeat.
What?
We had one day to get this as part of it. Like we had a month to get the funding and stuff and procure the land and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why we had to create. It was like really now to
Yeah.
get into the project. So that's why it's like that right now. But it's
Oh, yeah.
gonna change, right?
So the board of director at this moment is Dolly, Kyle and Finis, but I have been advised by Dolly and Kyle, they will be no longer in the board. The board structure is also changing. So whoever is the board, definitely chief and council. Chief and council is the supreme authority. So Tasheena General Partnership Corporation. So the board of director here is like Dolly, Logan, Ellen Scott, Ellen Daniel, Kenora Scott, and Shane O'Donnell. And companies under Tenor and Ivan Center, he reports directly to them. And Ivan also look after the general manager of this whole company, House of Ancestor, Tenor Fuel, LTN Contracting, LTN Environmental. For Nielsen GP Corporation, council member, this is the wind power project. So wind power project has a different structure. That means like council appointed. So the board of director is the same. So Nielsen GP Limited. It is called the Nielsen General Partner Corporation. The same board of director composition there. And the council appointed Ivan Salter and me as a director from our side for the wind power project. Because they have also two directors from their side. And that director is like O'Shea, who is like the managing director of EcoEner for the Canada operation. And he is the director to operate the whole wind power project. And their company vice president, Fernando. So the reason chief and council during that time consider it like they have the regular financial operation, oversee the regular financial operation, oversee the construction phase, oversee that regularly they are like the financial compliance and procurement consent, all those compliance are in place. And another opportunity is like we have revenue sharing agreement with some of the companies. We need to integrate those companies with this project so that those company gets benefited and we get our fair share of our percentage of revenue that flows to the band eventually. So under reverse of that, this is the corporate office of the Tasheena. Lance Eklund, the corporate finance manager, Confidence Bank corporate HR manager, and Alan is corporate economic development manager. That means economic development department is no longer a Tasheena. It's totally separated out. It operates under the Tasheena Enterprises. So we don't have any economic development department with the government anymore. So this is the current structure, corporate structure. So as I said you just a minute back, Tasheena First Nation here, and then Development Corporation, daycare at the park. So this is the daycare, totally separated. And the band is here. So those are all arm length. So Tasheena General Partner Corporation, then Tenor Fuel, LP, LTN Contracting, Master LP, a TANOP in a Forest LP, Forest GP, Sharp Resource, Environmental Consulting. So these are the current corporate structure of the under TANOP and the band.
You're gonna send that to all council, right?
Yeah.
Presentation?
Yeah. So I already talked about my presentation is finished. So this is like only a few things that I need to get you. That every council meeting I need to get something from you for some of your approval. This is just for approval purpose. The council member interested to participate. The ICBC invited on. I talked to you a little bit ago. So I'm going to send invitation to all council members to participate this event. And then council member, the next one is like the First Nation Financial Management Board Governance Training. I'm sure that you saw Kiana Post's email that she put some date that which day works best for you for the governance training. She suggested Wednesday, May 21st, Thursday, May 22nd, Tuesday, May 27th, Friday, May 30th. And she also mentioned, I am open to weekend availability as well, except May 24, 25. So if you kindly could give me a date, that would be so great. Like she can, if it is Saturday, works for you.
All day.
It's gonna be all day training.
All day.
Yeah, it will be governance training. It's gonna be all day. Yeah. So can you give me a date today?
Fridays work best for me because I get them off. So I don't know about everyone else. I just thought it.
Yeah,
It is already 9, you know. So
yeah. I know it's tough, like with the work schedule, right?
Saturday will work.
I won't be in town on May 30th. I leave on the 28th, so it would have to be the 27th, 22nd, or 21st for me.
Any Saturday you prefer? And I think she sent you the what will be the content of the governance training. Especially, actually, I printed that.
Does she have any dates in June?
We can ask in June, but council member for information, like I'll be away from May 31st to June 25th. So if you want to carry on in June, I can arrange that too.
Yeah, there might be better dates in June for me.
June. So which day you prefer, like a weekend day or like weekdays all day?
Weekday for me.
Weekday? That's
This one for me.
I can make anything work.
right.
Weekday.
Doug said Fridays, like every second Friday, I get a half day. So it's that helps. But yeah, I was
Friday?
different to a Friday. Yeah.
Tasheena?
You know which Fridays?
It's every second Friday.
Second Friday?
Like today's my half day. Yeah, it's like every second Friday from now.
What day is today?
During June.
Yeah.
So, play
Like the 23rd. Nope.
be the 6th and the 20th, I think.
Yeah, 6th and 20th.
Let's go for the 6th then.
Yeah.
June?
Yeah, and I'll be back on
Yeah.
the 3rd. So the 6th.
You guys, anything? Oh, Doug.
I'm just normally on Purdon Lake at this time right now, but Friday morning fishing.
Yeah. Doug.
Yeah, that would
November
work.
6th?
Did you say Purdon Lake?
Yeah, I usually go to Purdon Lake Friday morning. Have to cancel that again.
Oh, again.
Well, it's
One.
Like the movie number 2. This is one right
Oh,
now.
yeah, that's true. It's not even that nice out, man. It's cold.
Don't matter. I got a roof with the heater and
Oh, really? Your jet boat, eh?
Yeah, I asked for June 6th in this board. Okay.
Okay, for sure. No, that sounds good.
So this are the
Thank you, Tofik. You will, next time book an hour for yourself, please.
30 seconds.
Next time book an hour.
Yes. So a band member from Nakalsli So he came yesterday. He requested that they're gonna do a business here, renting the e-bike and scooter. So he told me that whenever we go from one territory to other construction territory, we seek their permission that we can do business in your territory.
Mhm.
So he's generously asking the Tele Council if they can do the business. They just needed a bit of support.
Airport.
Interest?
Oh, good news now.
This Thomas,
It's a Thomas, so that's Stuart Lake area for sure.
yeah.
What's like that?
If you cannot, I can read it.
Yeah, pretty close.
So he mentioned, good day, I am retiring from my job for the past 12 years at Mount Milligan Mines. I'm starting up a business to operate day running in summer season with the city of Prince George, which is sports within the traditional territory of Abedin. Translation. My hope is to include my family in the growth and development of the business. Flynn and Jalen are my grandchildren. We are going to offer rental of e-bikes, e-scooter and mopeds for individual groups and families to enjoy some outdoor fun. I am requesting your permission to operate a business in your territory and work together with you on a long-term basis. As a token of my respect, I have included a gift coupon of half a dozen of bike, e-scooter, e-sports rental. So you're gonna give that.
That's not even all council.
But you have to frame that one because that's the very first one.
That is the first one where people are,
Ask for permission. So.
yeah.
So council member, if you are okay, then I'm gonna issue a letter of support to them.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm good.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Steve.
Okay, now Zawad. So Zawad, can you hear us?
Good morning.
Hello. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Sorry for taking
How are you all?
all your time. But okay,
Yeah,
you know what?
effectively, I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, we'll let you go a little longer.
Yeah, let's see how your rap career is coming along.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see the screen?
We see you, yeah.
It's
I see a corner of an engineering and operations division, but no
We
logo.
will get Zawad will prepare 2 minutes to restart the device. I think we have the issue with this.
Oh, okay.
We left with 3 minutes. Rezi, can you come quickly? Yeah, yeah. Information on this. This is regarding booking your flights and hotel when we do for your conferences and something.
oh,
So you will tell you details.
I haven't seen the photo yet. Is it good?
Sorry?
Is it name and photo?
Oh no, just those details.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Mine was on.
just for information, we do not book it also using an online platform.
Yeah.
So they book the flights, hotels, everything for us.
My picture was in Tofik's presentation. That's the first time I've seen it. Southern Union.
Those information for
Yeah, I see.
booking your flights and hotels in future.
So we might have to restart this whole device if this has to go, and it might take some time for that since it happened
We can
maybe more than 5 minutes. It might take like 5-10 minutes for that.
We're
restarting it.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so we'll put a quick break. Is that okay, Zawad?
Yeah,
5 minute break?
it's all right.
Okay.
Yep.
What time is it there?
It's midnight.
Ah, so you got lots of time. Everyone's sleeping. Maybe be up for lunch.
Since I have this information, but so Nasir has this information. He has like opened the bank account from the ID.
Tired, Doug.
I just need the one.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I just need your seat preference.
If 100
Another thing I can
what seat
put
you
another thing, but I just need a seat.
Oh, if,
I'll,
man, I'm just working on flying again. I hate flying.
I need 2 seats.
Yeah, well, I need first class. That's what I need. I need
Yeah.
I need more room. I need leg
Right
room.
in front of me.
Oh, yeah, right.
I couldn't be playing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I will be providing an update about the engineering and operations divisions. This presentation will have a brief update of the capital projects, some information related to the O&M and asset management, and I will need one decision from today's update and this briefing. Can you see the screen all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is the team I'm currently working with. So I have Ashikin as Housing and Infrastructure Manager. He had been working as a project coordinator for the Ancient Forest Enhancement Project. He was promoted to this role 2 days ago, I think. And he is overseeing the housing and infrastructure activities with my supervision. He's a civil engineer. I also have Kyle McIntosh as a project manager, Jason Pieroy, who is doing the public works supervisor role at this point. He also has Shinoa and Theodore working with him. I do have Chantel as my funding and grants officer and Resi as IT technician. I'll be starting with project updates. I'll be going fast and a little bit high level overview. Please feel free to stop me at any time if you have any question. I'll start with the wastewater system on the north side. So this project is substantially complete, meaning we only have the connections left. I expect the houses and the infrastructure on the north side to be connected to the wastewater system by end of July. When we will be doing the connections, we will be doing 1 or 2 homes at a time. And we are planning to place the tenants into hotel rooms for 1 or 2 nights based on how long we need for each house so that they can have access to shower, washroom, and their day-to-day life is not interrupted. It will be covered from the project budget, so that should be all right. This project was done from funding from Indigenous Services Canada, but unfortunately this only serves the north side, but it has the capacity to serve also the south side once that happens if we can connect it with a bridge. Other than a bridge, we cannot connect south side with this system, unfortunately. This project is under budget and schedule at this point, and I expect this to remain the same once we reach the completion point. So this is how it looks right now. This is the lagoon. And in the right-hand side, this is the budget overview. You can see the approximate budget for this project is about $5.2 million. This is only the construction phase budget. And like I said, we will be well within the budget for this project when we complete. Water system upgrade. So we are currently working on upgrading the water system placed in north side and south side. Both systems are very old, as you know. We are in the design phase right now. We have completed the feasibility and had received the design funding in 2024. We are at the end of, or close to the end of the design phase. I expect the design to be completed by fall. August of this year. Then we will have about 4 to 6 months to have the construction funding approved and also the tendering process. That said, I expect this project to hit the ground in summer 2026. In future, this system will be only servicing the north side as well. If we can connect it through a bridge or a horizontal drilling process, both are our options. If we wish to connect this system to the south side, meanwhile, the south side system will also be upgraded, but that will be a temporary system. We will not be investing into the infrastructure of the south side heavily. That said, the water will be made sure to be going through the same treatment methodologies in the south side as well. Currently, there is no concern with the drinking water. I repeat, there is no concern with the drinking water. We are testing the drinking water in a weekly basis for coliforms and also in a 3-month basis for all the TDS like every other minerals and everything, the water is safe to drink right now. We still see some days where people are complaining about the discoloration, and that is basically because of the leaching of manganese from the distribution line, which goes away if the water is running through the tap for a couple minutes. That's just something leaching from the distribution network. Unfortunately, we do not have any way to completely eliminate that, even if the water system is upgraded. Fraser River Bridge crossing. This one, as most of you are aware, we have been trying to get design funding from different sources for this bridge. The thing is, we have reached out to many different agencies for this in federal and provincial level. In federal level, we have gone to Indigenous Services Canada, Infrastructure Canada, and we are also going to go to Canada Infrastructure Housing Infrastructure Funding Stream. The problem is we need Indigenous Services Canada on board for funding for this project. This project cannot be funded through the regional ISK level. It has to come from ISK Ottawa. So the approval needs to come from Ottawa as well. In November 2024, we have submitted the design approval funding request to the regional level. It has cleared the regional level approval, and then it was sent to Ottawa for the design phase funding. The funding we have asked for in design phase is $2 million. Regional level or regional office can fund this $2 million. The problem is they don't want to fund this until they have an approval from the headquarters that they can also proceed in the construction level, even if it is not 100% contribution to the funding, even at a percentage, let's say 75%. At that point of time, we have to come up with other 25%. We also have some confirmation from Enbridge to participate in the construction phase. We have reached out to several provincial bodies as well, such as Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Emergency Preparedness. But the province of BC, they have made it very clear that they are not going to contribute or make a statement that they will contribute until they know what will be the Class A or the final figures in terms of construction, for which we need the design funding to be approved first. That said, the current status is we are waiting to have a response from ISK headquarters that whether or not they will be funding the design phase. It is very crucial that they agree to fund this design phase, because if ISK is off the table for this project, it will be very, very difficult to have one or two funding agencies to come forward and pay for this. So it is very important that the council, from a political level, keeps the pressure and maintains the liaison with ISK federal, ISK Ottawa officials so that they approve this design funding. This is the family center. So we have applied for family center feasibility late 2023, early 2024. So we have completed the feasibility of this family center, and we have launched a design funding application in last month under the Jordan's principle. This planned facility will include office spaces primarily for Children and Family Development Department, community gathering area, commercial kitchen, shower facilities, and some apartment area for prevention and protective services. It looks like this. I know it's just the layout of the building, what is going to be included. The space is for about 500 people. In your right hand side in light orange, that is the assembly hall / community gathering space. And to the left hand side, the green area represents the office spaces. The purple area is the apartment and the classroom. So it has good footprint to accommodate current membership and probably foreseeable future. However, this footprint is quite large as well, as you can see, and it will require a large amount of money to be built. I am hoping that we will be able to classify this whole area under the scope of funded programs and services provided by Children and Family Development. If that doesn't happen, if they deem that, say, for example, 75% of the space we are asking for under this design is satisfying the needs of the funded programs and services, then they will pay for 75% of the design, 75% of the construction, meaning we have to come up with the rest of the 25%. As of now, we are waiting on their response, how they react on our design funding application. The Class C estimate of the construction of this whole building as of now is about $19 million. It's a large number, but again, it's also a Class C estimate. Is there any question so far?
So what did you say, 19 or 90?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
19.
19.
Oh, that's about right. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say 90. That's a little high.
Where's this located?
There are 3 locations set aside on the north side of where it could go.
You mean by the health center?
That's one of the, so yes, one of the locations is beside the health center. And then the other one is in the field across from Luella's. And then the other one is down at the end of the road by Rena and Terry's.
So we have
you figure with the population expansion with the ban and now over 800 now, so, or 900.
Yeah.
Is that going to be sufficient, you know?
So
just say if we do have, if we just come to flourishment and we do get it, and its own capacity is 500, and we get all our people in from wherever, you know, from around the world.
I see what you're saying.
Basically, is that, you know, we're going to be short for capacity.
Sorry, Zawad, do you mind if I speak to it for a sec? The original design was designed for the hall space 250, and then we did have a meeting with the previous council, and we decided that we wanted the hall space to be larger and to fit a larger capacity than our hall downtown. And so we changed it from 250 up to the 500 for the hall space, which is why it added so much. We had to add offices from the original design. Instead of one apartment, we have 2 apartments. Instead of a normal kitchen, we wanted to upgrade that to a commercial kitchen, so that we were thinking about that when we do bring members in, to have a space large enough and a space that would be able to accommodate not just the event, but the kitchen would be able to be a catering kitchen. So we did do some changes, and this is the design that they came up with after that.
Just to add to that, it's a valid question whether or not it will be enough. If we think about the overall population, and if everybody comes in, it still might be because it's saying that dining space for 500 people, right? So it's talking about if we are trying to dine in 500 people all together at one. That's one thing. It can accommodate more than that, even almost double, including the outside area as well, where we have covered barbecue space, spatial gathering space, and the parking lot and all that. And another way to look at it is we have to make sure that most of this footprint actually falls under the funded programs and services. We can make it bigger, but at that point of time, we have to pay for it as well. That being said, this building is designed in a way so that it can be expanded towards the back side of this assembly hall, should we want to do that in future. But at this point, if we make the footprint even bigger than this, then the cost associated with it goes much higher. and which might not be actually be approved at all from the funding agency. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I agree, but I'm just thinking ahead of time because we you can also get it paid through by through other events that may come through Prince George, and big events, that can hold capacity of people, and like what they have at the CN Center, but not that large, but something similar to that as any music festivals or anything that come into town, that we can accompany, and that could support it to, and bring in funding to pay part of the what it's going to cost, and I don't know, just idea.
Or it could be like a phase one, and that can build off that into a phase two.
But yeah, like Zawad said, though, it's designed in a way that in the future, if we did want to make that space larger, we could. But at the end of the day, we got to think about what this building is for. This building is for our community. It is for our members. It is for us to provide them services. I mean, those things would all be a bonus, but for what that is, it's for us to support our membership.
So it's 500
And that being
cities,
said,
and it would be 1,000.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Almost 777 standing.
So it would
Yeah,
match that. Yeah.
with standing, it will be at least 1.5 times more. And also, all these comments being said, we are hitting into a design phase. We don't yet know how much funding will come up from the funding agency anyways. So at that point of time, if we decide that we want to make this community hall larger, we are going to the design phase, right? So we can make that decision and ask the architects to make some changes at that point. Okay, moving on. The Ancient Forest Enhancement Project. Excuse me. So just to give you an update, this project was initially started or funded in 2020, right? And then things happened and we couldn't progress as much we wanted to. So because of the dollar value changes, the dollar what we could use to build this thing in 2020 is not same in 2025. So we had to cut down into scope of the overall work we were going to do under this funding. So initially, this project had interpretive center, boardwalk construction, and it also had some improvements on the other side of the highway to have some trails built and sweat house and pit lodges. So we have cut down the scope to keep it up to the interpretive center and the boardwalk construction. That being said, we have taken a construction management approach, meaning that we are not going to a CCDC2 contract. We are not taking any general contractor to have this built. The main reason for that is we tendered this 2 years ago and nobody bid because it is too complex of a project for one general contractor to bid on. Instead, we have divided this whole work into different work packages and we tendered it out separately based on the work packages. For example, electrical, mechanical, concrete and earthwork. And we have invited people to an open tender where they can bid on the scope of the work they wish to bid on. And we have received good amount of responses on the work packages, and that's how we have reviewed every work package and provided those approvals based on what we have received. In terms of funding, we have received $8.7 million from federal and provincial government, and on that 8.7, 10% is basically Cladley's contribution. With that $8.7 million initial funded project, we do have about $8 million right now at hand, but the approximate cost of this project is going to be roughly $11 million. So we have about $3 million funding shortfall, which we need to recover from federal and provincial government. we have received confirmation from Northern Development Initiative Trust for 300,000. Out of that 3 million, we have applied for that. We have applied for a grant through Tourism BC as well. And we have reached out to Ministry of Municipal Affairs because they are the funneling ministry of this funding, which is coming from the Infrastructure Canada from a federal level. And we have asked for some support through them. Right at this moment, we do not have any confirmation yet, although we have some positive feedback from both Tourism BC and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, which is Tourism BC is essentially under them. We don't know yet how much funding gap we will be able to minimize, but we are all hands on deck kind of situation to minimize that funding gap. Until then, we have a confirmation. We know we have to keep this in mind that we have to come up with $3 million on this enhancement project beyond our 10% contribution as it stands right now.
Hey, Zawad, can we go to the Center of Excellence?
Yes.
We have people waiting, so, and then we'll finish.
Do you want to jump to Center of Excellence right now?
Yeah, and then we'll bounce back to you, this camp trapping thing. Okay?
For sure.
We have people. We have people waiting. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rezi, can you let them in, please?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, welcome. So, it's about Center of Excellence. Do you want to do a quick roundtable? We'll start with Miranda.
Hello, my name's Miranda Seymour. I'm newly elected council member and elected to the Lands Authority as well. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Shahid Nasir, Executive Assistant.
Dominic Frederick, Council and Fisheries Manager.
Tawfiq Islam, Executive Director.
Chief Dolly Logan.
McIntosh, hello everybody.
I newly elected Council Tasheena Seymour.
Play vote, Nate Council. Doug Olson, newly elected council.
Ashikin, Infrastructure and Housing Manager.
Online?
Hi, everyone. Crystal Gibbs, Council.
Hello, everybody. This is Zawad, Director of Engineering and Operations.
That
Darcy?
over to us. Yep, Darcy Gray, project lead for the Center of Excellence project, and I'll turn it over to my colleague just to do a quick intro, I guess, as well, to complete the round table.
Sure. My name is Omar. Nice to meet everybody. I'm a clinical advisor on the project. Hand it over to Adam.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Pavlak, a manager at Colliers. I'm the advisory manager as part of this project. So great to be here.
Alrighty, so I guess we're good to proceed if you are.
Yep, you have table.
Right on. Thank you very much, and just want to express our appreciation for having us join you today, and what I believe is a full day, and we will try to keep this as concise as we can, and answer any questions that you may have, and allow time for that discussion if we can. So just to kick us off, we want to start off by acknowledging the territory, the traditional territory, and show respect that we have for ancestral, traditional, and unceded territories of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. We continue to benefit from our presence on these lands and are committed and we are committed to reconciliation. Normally, I would be joining you from my home community, which is in Listuguj, Mi'kmaq territory on the East Coast. Today, I'm joining you from the Anishinaabe territory in Ottawa. So we'll go on to our agenda here today is very, very brief. We've already done some introductions, a bit of a roundtable. We want to go over the project, talk about just an overview of the project and where we are, talk a little bit more about the engagement strategy that we have outlined, and then what are those next steps that we need to do to keep this project moving forward. Today on the call, we just did a little introduction to our team, just some nice pictures of us. We do have others, and we'll mention those as well, but we'll zoom right past that. So I guess the important part for us here to acknowledge is that the work that we're doing as part of this feasibility study is building off the tremendous work that was done as part of the A Better Tomorrow study, work and engagement sessions that were done, and the final report that was presented. This is not something that's brand new. We understand that this has been an ongoing conversation that's been happening in the region for a long time, with gaps and the importance of these services and the Center of Excellence to be created to address key concerns that you have. And for us, we're just continuing on that work, and we really, really want to acknowledge the leadership that's been demonstrated by Clearly Tene First Nation, the chief, the council, the administration, and the partners that you've been engaging with in getting to this part. I know from my own experiences working in my home community that it can be a tremendous challenge to get this many people and this many partners leaning in the same direction and getting behind an initiative. And it's not lost on us how significant that work has been and getting to where it is today. And we're really excited to be part of bringing this forward and working with you on this project. So as we've been engaged, we understand the objectives to be very clear in that we're trying to create a welcoming environment, a welcoming space that's non-stigmatizing, and that is tailored to the unique needs of the community and communities that it serves. That we are looking to assess and identify programs and service requirements that create a transformative and supportive environment for children and youth in the region, and not just looking at Prince George or Clearly Tene, but looking at a much larger region. The engagement work that was done in the original Phase 1 report is quite impressive in how it captured such a large region of British Columbia and other nations. And then looking at how do you build upon and improve the existing services and outcomes for children and youth in the region. So these are the objectives that we're trying to achieve through the work that we're doing in the feasibility study. The way we're approaching this is as always very inclusive, and reporting back to the council of Clearly Tene. What we have set up and structured is that we do have a project team that's composed of representatives from Collier's project leaders, as well as representatives from LTFN. It's a collaborative effort through the project team that we make sure is there and supported by the chief and council, by the leadership, the administration, whatever channels we need to go through. To make sure that it is approaching this in a way that fits your needs and works with your processes. And we report directly to the chief and council, ensuring that all the decisions are aligned with community values, priorities, direction, and always rooted in the accountability to the leadership and broader community, something we've embraced from the beginning and will continue to embrace throughout the project. Right now on our Collier's project team, that's perfect. We do have a number of people that are part of this behind the scenes, and some people that you may know that have been doing some work locally that may be involved in other projects. Kayla Pepper, Neil Barrett, Amish Jane, Ira might be a few people that you might recognize as being involved or having been in and around the community. prior, but then we've also got a lot of other people literally stretching from coast to coast, where, I have Marilee Saluski and myself that are joining from the East Coast. You have Adam and Umar that are a little more central. Deb as well, I think, is central. So we've really got a nice team that spans the entire country here, supporting this effort. And then perhaps, Adam, I can turn it over to you to talk a little about how we've broken this down into different scopes.
Yes, thank you, Darcy. So as you see here, this is how we're essentially approaching the feasibility study and how it's structured really around 4 interconnected scopes of work. So the scope 1, 2, 3, 4. These include the service and program planning, facility and building assessments, site feasibility, and then the final reporting. So each scope has its own defined deliverables, but they're not siloed. So each work stream of the scopes you see were run in parallel and are continuously inform one another throughout the project. So there's built-in overlap and collaboration across the scopes to ensure alignment between the different activities as you see within the scope. This helps avoid gaps, ensures the components of the project reinforce each other. So just briefly kind of going through a little bit of the activities within the scope. So scope 1 is really foundational. It's why it's highlighted yellow for this presentation today. The insights gathered through scope 1 will directly inform the technical assessments and infrastructure planning in the further following scopes 2 and 3 specifically. We'll return to scope 1 in a bit more detail later in the presentation as it relates to the engagement and needs analysis piece as that second bullet within the scope 1 box. It really plays the central role in shaping the direction of the project moving forward. So as you see a little bit of the other activities within that scope, engagement, project management, the initiation piece has really begun already or completed already. And then I moved to scope 2. This scope really evaluates existing facility options within the Prince George area, the community area, the region area in general, and it defines what's needed for a future building to meet service and operational goals. So this ensures the center is not just well-intentioned, but also buildable, fundable, and fit for purpose. So it's really kind of getting that conceptual design, those renderings, right, and those capital and funding kind of pieces of the cost around this. Scope 3 is really around determining whether a proposed site is viable for our goals and objectives for a center of excellence for children and youth by evaluating land conditions, service access, potential constraints that may arise from as we continue with the project. So even the best design centers can't succeed on a poor site. We need to find that right place for it. And so scope 3 ensures location is technically sound, accessible, and ready for development per the timelines we all want. And then scope 4, it will be the summarizing of all our findings into a draft report that we'll present to leadership for feedback. And then from there, we will incorporate that feedback, do some revisions, and deliver a final report, a very comprehensive final report, a feasibility study around the future of a COE-CY. Move to the next slide. So now going into that, if I go back here for a second, that yellow box, right, that engagement and needs analysis section, so that we have developed an engagement strategy that's part of that activity, which is really based on the prior community insights and that really great report to Better Tomorrow that set up the initial foundation for our work. So we presented an initial engagement strategy to the leadership, and we did some revisions, and what we've come back with is as you see here, a 3-phase engagement process that follows 3 specific phases. First one would be the virtual interviews for small groups or individuals to build relationships and gain that early insight. And I'll speak to who we're talking about engaging in a moment. But phase 2, after those small interviews, a series of interviews that will be held virtually, online Teams basis, we'll have a World Cafe workshop in person, planning to be in somewhere in the Prince George area or in the community. It remains to be seen exactly where, but that's something, of course, we'll get to the logistics of it. The findings of the interviews will really structure the content of the in-person World Cafe workshop. The third phase, as you see there, is the reason why it's not as colorful as the other ones and has this little fuzzy. It's more of an option at this point. It remains to be seen once we go through phase 1 and phase 2 to see if we do need additional input from more community members, the region, perhaps engaging with other nations and other regional members in northern BC, as the scope of this project affects many people. So we'll see, but that is part of the plan if we were to go that, and it would be a virtual survey, online survey, so many people can access, and we'll plan the logistics around that once we get there. Just so for people, World Cafe workshop, just to briefly explain, the idea is to bring lots of different people from doing different parts of walks of life, but all related to healthcare delivery, building this type of infrastructure, bring them all in the same room and really talking about the challenges and trying to break down those silos that exist today between different service providers and different people, all working towards the same goal, right? So it's really about bringing them in, finding those challenges, finding new ideas, how to work together, being inclusive, participatory, focus on idea sharing and co-creation, and designed to surface collective priorities and insights. So that's the really focus of that World Cafe workshop, and why it really importance is to be in person. And there's could be techniques related to that as well, of how we deliver that. But and like I said, the strategy is built on a Better Tomorrow report, and shaped by the priorities, regional realities, and aligned with the vision and values of the community, respectful inclusion and engagement. So to I was speaking to this earlier, like who we're actually going to be engaging, who have we identified so far to this point? So the communities of interest was the language I believe used in the Better Tomorrow report, and we're continuing on with that verbiage. So the preliminary identified critical partners, communities of interest, as you see right here. This is only a preliminary list. It is meant to be evolve and grow and expand as we proceed with the project. But these were the initial identified partners. So we have healthcare providers, we have provincial ministries, First Nation service providers, community members, elders, leaders in the community, educational institutions, youth networks, and potentially more, as I said, because this is meant to be an evolving list that as we grow and see more people, given the scale of this project and the importance to the region, it's vital to continue to grow and bring communities of interest in as we try to build a successful center of excellence. And see, as you see the box here, others identified as we proceed. But these other 10 have been identified, and we do have some contacts related to this. So we will refine that contact list, and if everyone on chief or council has other contacts, then as we proceed forward with the project, we will collaborate and get those right contacts and right people in the room to interview, and then do that World Cafe. So this brings us to the conclusion of this presentation, to overview and the engagement strategy piece, which is really a crucial piece as we're working on. So scope 1, that was talking a lot about, is finalize that list of communities' interest. So it was talking about how it's preliminary and wanted to grow and evolve. Approve and send an outreach email from chief. The message will be sent from chief to all these communities of interest, these point people, contact people, to introduce the project, get to know each other, Collier's role, the nation's role, right? So kind of get that first initial contact, then schedule the interviews, the identified participants, and then conduct the interviews is the phase 1 of the engagement strategy. That's part of that scope 1 bucket, right? For scope 2, there is a couple, like I said, there's multiple work streams happening at once. So there has already been a submission of a request for information based on some of the sites, locations and site analysis that we need. the nation. So that is just one thing we'll be following up on in the immediate steps after this. Darcy or Umar, is there anything else to add at this point? Anything else that's I've missed perhaps?
Nothing at this point from my end, Adam. I think you summarized all our activities. I think what's going to be key for us is just trying to understand who the key interested parties are. If there's anybody, chief of council, if there's anything you need to add to that list or remove from that list, giving us some strategic advice. The only thing I would flag is that as we start working in this domain, there's going to be other people who are working in the same domain. So we have to have a clear understanding or a clear pathway to determine which part of the domain this Center of Excellence for Children and Youth will service. And so when you see that list of interested parties, if there's anybody that we've missed, or if there's anybody that you don't want to engage with for strategic reasons, it would be good to flag that.
Darcy, anything from your end?
No, I just think, understand that this is a really quick overview. And our hope here is that, we have more time to discuss this and work with the community and work with the leadership to get to know you and build upon where we are today. So, if there's any questions, we're more than happy to get into that.
Okay. Well, I think we can schedule a meeting for all council and to meet employers to go over this. When's the ones back? Sounds good. Okay. Well, thank you guys for your presentation. And sorry about the delay. I'm gonna lie, it was Topik. Putting us behind. Well, thank you for your presentation. And if we have anything, we all know Kyle has the email contacts that he can send it out to everybody. I think everyone should have their emails all straightened out today with their laptops and stuff. So thank you, and I hope you have a great day.
And
thank you for having us, and congratulations on your just recent round of elections. And some of you are new on the council, so big congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations to the new members.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're really looking forward to this.
Take care.
Hey, thank you. Have a good day.
Bye.
Hey, bye.
Bye.
Hey, Zawad, you were at Camp Racing?
I'm gonna have to however you do it,
All right. Going back, camp trapping. So camp trapping facility is ready to be at least partially functional. We have done some upgrades or some renos which were immediately needed. There are more things which needs to be done. But at this point, I need one direction from council. We had a few back and forth discussion with council regarding the operation under this facility. And as you know, school district has presented to the council, previous council, for some of the initiatives they think they would like to do out of that facility. All of them are day-based activity, no night stay, including some canoeing, some camping activities, archery, things like that. We have also connected with Northern Health for additional program and services we think we could offer based on what council visioned out of that facility. At this point, I need to know if you would be okay to proceed with School District 57 so that they can start doing few of their activities they proposed previously starting from July.
Crystal?
Sorry, I think my recommendation would to be move forward with it as it's just sitting vacant now, other than the caretaker. And I think it would be a good resource for our children. And also I am aware that the school district, I believe they will be, they're hoping to be on our next agenda because they do have a bunch of funds to put in into the water systems is what I was told. So I feel like they're going to be reaching out to either Tofik or Zawad.
That's perfect.
Maybe this was discussed at previous meetings. I'm just curious what the liability is for having school kids out there. What's being covered for that?
That's a great question. So basically, what we will be doing if we start with school district, we will be entering into a MOU where the commercial general liability will be on us if we use the facility, and at the same time, school district is using the facility for their kids. So it's kind of separated between who is doing an event or a program on a certain day. Whatever school district will be doing, it will be covered by their own insurance as it stands. And to ensure, we will be entering into a contract with school district that will outline this liability piece as well as how we are going to fund the logistics, how we were going to operate in a certain day, who will be funding the transportation, for example, if there are food required, if the kitchen is to be used, all of those stuff. I have received a draft contract from school district, but I haven't pursued or worked on that yet. I was waiting to be present in this meeting and have council's direction. If you agree, then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to request Tofik if we could send that draft to our lawyers review, and also if we could engage our insurance agent to review from the insurance perspective as well. That would be our next step.
Thank you.
I'm good with it moving forward.
Yeah, I am too, as long as there's no liability if a kid gets hurt on us, for sure.
Yeah. It looks like they covered stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we got a unanimous decision. So go with SD 57, Zawad.
All right, so I will start working on the draft, and then I will present it to council once we have these things reviewed for review and approval.
Consensus.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. This is just a quick recap. The wastewater system is substantially complete. We are waiting for the connections. We are expecting the water system design to be completed by this fall. For the Fraser River Bridge, the design funding application is submitted, and I urge council to keep pushing East Ottawa for the design funding. It's very crucial. The Family Center feasibility study is completed. Design funding application is submitted. Ancient Forest Enhancement Project construction is to start end of this month. And like I said just now, camp trapping is ready to be starting operation, at least partially. A few updates in terms of O&M and asset management. I'll be just 5 minutes completing my presentation here. We have launched a service request system for all houses, and we have provided step-by-step instructions or guidelines to the tenants how to utilize that service request system. What it does is basically gives a tenant an opportunity to provide us with any kind of feedback or service request if something is needed in their house. We understand that everybody may not have that capacity to create a service request on their own. So we can still receive service requests as we did before, like over phone, text, email, whatever. But what we do from our end is we put those requests into the service request portal. As an administrator, it enables us to keep our accountability and responsibility clean, and we can track how long we are taking for each individual service request, what is our performance level, and so on. And it gives us an opportunity to keep track of our performance and efficiency as well. That way we can avoid any kind of problems or confusions, frustrations created among tenants if certain things are not looked after for a long time or there are repeated problems, things like that. So it has started. It is performing relatively well. As we progress into coming weeks and months, I believe it will be performing even better. We are introducing a recycling program partnering with Indigenous Services Canada and Recycling BC to provide community members with resources and information to make this initiative successful. We are eyeing a couple of months ahead when we can start this program. We will be having a cube van to have to use as a sorting facility while we pick up the recycling items from the houses. We will be placing bins and carts into each individual house for this recycling program. We have updated our asset management system, and we have almost done with integrating and updating all our asset data, including the condition inspection we have just completed a couple months ago for housing and other infrastructure. Soon we will be preparing to share a level of service document with council so that you have a very clear picture that what we are doing in terms of level of services, in terms of every type of infrastructure service we provide to the tenants. For example, we will be providing an update that if we are doing snow cleaning, what we are doing, similar to the city, if we are doing going out and clean the snow, if there is 5 centimeter of snow, 7 centimeter, 3 centimeter, how we prioritize. And we will provide that update to council so that we can take your feedback. If you tell us to go clean the snow whenever it is 3 centimeter, we will do so. And that way, this type of confusions every year we face and the complaints we receive that why certain things are not being done, that will be eliminated. It will be easier for us and it will be easier for council for communication and accountability purposes. A little bit of IT update since we are not adequately staffed in IT. So we are doing a hybrid approach right now. We have an internal staff and external 2 consultants so that we can have the segregation of duty. At any point, if somebody leaves, we are not stranded for some reason. So this kind of tells you how we are handling the activities by external consultants. Roughly 60% of the day-to-day activities are handled by 2 external consultants. 80% of network infrastructure work are handled by them, and 70% of our service tickets are being dealt with by the external consultants. I should make a note here. Service tickets means that any problem or any issues raised which requires IT support is going through the service ticket. Same idea. Still, not everybody is using the service ticket portal, but gradually we are going to push so that everybody utilize this service ticket, and that will give us an idea actually how much money we spend in terms of services, what are the services we provide to internal, external stakeholders in terms of IT, and that will kind of give us a clearer picture if we need to hire more staff, if we should shift towards external only, and so on. So it will help us to essentially take some data-driven decisions. That's about it. I will wrap it up. If there is any question, I would like to answer those now.
No, doesn't look like it. So we got like
Division is here.
Well, we still have
All
housing
right.
too.
Perfect. Thank
Still
you.
have housing and education. So Ash and Zawad for housing. Okay, you're up.
We can pen drive. Yeah, we can pen drive.
That was fine.
Way to go, Tofik.
20 minutes.
So no.
Oh,
It's one more thing. It's one more thing. It's one more thing.
Housing, and then we'll count them. You guys want to do a working lunch? Or you guys okay?
If we can just keep passing through.
yeah, especially if Our last one is at like 5:30.
It's no.
Yeah. Yeah, Tofik, what's this?
I know, right?
Yeah.
I just took extra 20 minutes.
Yeah, 35, I'd say. That's,
Yeah, it was.
yeah, right? Yeah. Well, like I said, working one.
Well, even
So we'll have a working lunch.
when you.
Well, like I said, lunch, even if someone needs to take 5 minutes for a cigarette or something, or, yeah.
My, like, literally mine is gonna be
Okay, I do gotta take 5 minutes to go get my car.
I asked him like truck too.
Is it your son?
It's done, yeah.
Do you guys?
What Cal did to your truck?
We adjusted the valves.
Well, Doug, do you want to go there?
What, you want me to know?
It's housing. I know what's going on with housing.
Okay.
The money that they're getting in and.
Why are you here? I think it's like everybody's sick.
Our funding and grants lady is amazing. Chantel.
It's awesome.
She is so good.
We even at UQ, they have a pretty good one where, like, there's a list of just grants. There's so many out there.
Thank you.
Hey, hello, everyone. Welcome to our department update from Housing Department. So my name is Ashikin. I'm the newly appointed Infrastructure and Housing Manager for the band. I report to Zawad, our Director of Engineering and Operation. Right now, we are also looking to hire a housing intern for us. We have already applied CMHC Youth Internship Program, where they are going to fund us to hire an youth age 15 to 30. Will be able to help us like service request and all those clerical documentation stuff. So we are expecting, we have already submitted the application and we will follow up on that.
The position will be a band member.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. It always is. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. So starting with the housing policy and procure that we do have an update on 2024. So this is a kind of a Bible for housing department. It has every details of the framework that we follow, and it also establishes whose responsibilities what. And it has a scoring criteria, rental and everything related to maintenance and inspection. So I don't want to go in so detailed, just to put a reference to this document that we follow every day in our department before we take any decision on any ongoing issues. So for an example, like pet ownership is a recent issue that I had to deal with, and whatever steps we take, we refer to the housing policy document. So, for example, for pet ownership, we do have a number of maximum domestic pets that one can have. And also, we do require a pet application before someone brings a new pet in his house, according to the policy that we have. And also, if someone wants to bring a new pet, they are also required to pay advance deposit. That is also in the policy document. So just to referring two sections of the document regarding pet ownership, that everyone with pet must follow what's written in this policy and has to ensure that they're taking care of the pets and they are not disturbing any residents or neighborhoods. And if it also outlines section 7E that if anyone failed to comply with the guidelines in the policy, what step housing department can take. So the overall idea of this document is to have a full fairness and compliance basis decision for the housing department. Moving ahead, just to give you an idea of the department, we do have 23 units on the north side, 17 units on the south side. And currently, we do have 31 houses owned by the band and 9 houses we are still paying mortgage with CMHC. And just to sum up the rental income that we receive annually, anticipated rental income for annual basis is $176,000 approximately. And band gives subsidy for elder residential for around $65,000. And we receive subsidy from CMHC around $70,000 annually, where we pay to CMHC for a mortgage around $73,000 every year. So that's the to this date current rental update. So unfortunately, to this date, we do have outstanding rental of around $85,000. And as a new infrastructure and housing manager, I aim to address and reduce the gap as much possible this fiscal year. And I do have an aim to bring it down to $10,000, if not less. How am I going to do it? We have already taken an initial step. We have notified our membership with a letter to encourage them to engage in communication with the department so that we can work with them and make sure that we are giving everything they need, every support they need. But at the same time, we do give them the options like working with like an affordable payment plan or any community engagement with employment opportunities. For an example, for Ancient Forest Enhancement Project, we do have some community engagement ideas around timber framing, where we want to involve community in the project so that they can benefit themselves financially. Those sort of economical activities that we want to offer to the membership as well to reduce this gap so that we can work them together, not pressing, but we can work together with the community. So renovation is a big scope of expenditure the housing department incurs every year. So just like every year, we do have a approved list of renovation that we do. For this year, we have already a list of 10 units that we want to do renovation this year. And just to generalize the scope of work, it includes improvement in the exterior and interior side, including siding, doors, windows, painting. Also including different appliances, mechanical repairs, the electrical, plumbing upgrade, and flooring as well. The anticipated cost that we anticipate to complete this big 10 units renovation is going to be around $800,000 this year. And just to start with the renovation job, we started working on the 10308 Tugas Road. This is one of the
council approved that project, right?
Yes, so this was previously presented. So it was followed after we did thorough inspection of every houses on reserve, and we presented a few of our priority list according to what we found on the visit. And these 10 units with their listed scope of improvement and renovation was previously presented in front of the previous chief and council and was already approved.
Well, renovations, they're going to make you cry.
It seems like we're renovating constantly. Like, what's the...
Well, a lot of these ones have to do with the siding and the outdoor stuff that's been done.
Yeah, I can see stuff like that. The siding's been terrible.
Yeah.
For a while.
But their basement renovation was also a big job. One of the houses, 1036, we did a thorough inspection. It requires such a major renovation job, like a reconstruction thing. So that alone is going to cost us a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Ashikin, just to add some information, council member. So it started from last year, from the beginning, like the housing department, they worked like 3 months or 4 months together to assess all the next of renovation work of all houses in reserve. And sometime in like September or October council meeting, it was presented to the council. The council members, so this is the status. So we identified these 10 or 11 houses that needs to be to completed priority basis and complete. So these are the funds. So council then identified and approved this $800,000 for this houses.
Oh, like what happens if there's like troubled tenants that every year you're constantly renovating? What happens then?
So according to?
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm wondering about.
There's a new housing.
Yeah.
So, housing Crystal?
Yeah. So this housing policy also.
Crystal had her hand up.
Oh, yeah.
Crystal. My step away. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I just thought that they were going to start showing pictures and stuff. Maybe we should have went in camera if that was going to be the case, but it doesn't look like it.
Are you going to be showing pictures of the house? Okay.
No, I do have some picture if you want. I can.
No.
1037.
It's okay. No.
Yeah, it's okay. We can just go through. Yeah.
Line.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, yeah. So for one of the houses, 1030A, we are going to do a renovation job, and we went ahead with the RFP process. We have invited different contractors, including one of our band members as well. We have done a walkthrough, like what needs to be done, identifying the scopes. And we so far have 4 contractors visiting the unit, and they're going to come back with a quote. And after discussing with the leadership, we're gonna go ahead with one of them who can do the job. But we wanna put priority on the quality of work. So a few of the work that we did previously wasn't that good in quality. Like, for example, renovation done in last 2 months has already needed repair in those, for example, for cabinets, those hinges are not well put, those kind of things. So this time we want to prioritize based on the quality. So once we get the quote, we will be able to do take a decision on that. And also the other reason to have an RFP process for this one as well is we want to take this RFP to the east. There are some renovation funding available that we want to also access. And the only way we can do it is to have something like this, like a quote from the contractor, all those line items and stuff like that. So this is one of the reasons why we are going through this approach. So do you want me to skip this one? This is bigger the question.
Who do you use for inspectors? Do you have your own inspectors or
no?
Or do you hire inspectors for housing?
Yeah, so we did a housing inspection, me, Zawad, and our previous housing manager, Derek, last time that we did. But before,
are you guys certified to do housing inspection?
So for last housing inspection, it was done in-house. Me, myself, is a civil engineer, so I do have knowledge on this construction.
Are you certified though? I'm just asking like.
Yeah, I am an EIT though, but I don't have any certification for approval drawing, seal drawing, which Zawad has. But yeah, we tried to save some money with in-house inspection this time. But we did also.
Is there in the future you're going to have trained, certified people to work that instead of having the in-house and you guys taking the jobs, that we should have somebody there?
There's a lot of neutral parties that can do housing inspections. It's like $600 per house.
Yeah, I think. Do you want to? Tasheena?
Sorry, I just wanted to add to that. They did have a company come in not too long ago that they were a different company that did inspections. I've lived out there. They've had like 3 different inspections done in the last year or two in the homes. So I'm sure one of those companies for that.
To add to that conversation, so there are different types of inspection. So let's say if we are doing a annual inspection, Ashikin is a civil engineer, and I do have certification. I am a professional engineer, so I can stamp on documents and condition inspection reports. And as far as the housing inspectors go, those type of inspections are not required. Let's say 3 to 5 years interval. So once that is required, we will be hiring third party. As of now, when we are talking about renovation and structural integrities, we do have the qualifications to carry out this type of inspections. So we didn't need to hire anybody from outside in this case. Thank you.
Hey, Ash, go. Yeah, thank you. So one of the exciting future projects that we are working on is fourplex project. So this is something that we are currently putting everything on the line to make it happen. So this is going to, we anticipate it to happen in the north side of reserve, and the anticipating funding structure looks like this. We do have conversation with Indigenous Service Canada and CMHC for the scope of fund that we are asking from them. So there are some back and forth conversation with them. And currently we are working on environmental site assessment report and geotechnical investigation report, which is a part of the requirement for the application. So once you have these 2 documents, which I'm anticipating, I put a deadline for my consultant for 15th of May. So end of 15th of May, I should be able to have these 2 documents on hand. And I'm ready to submit my application on 16th of May. So once we get approval from Indigenous Service Canada and CMHC for the amount that we are asking for, we are ready to go for a construction for 3 fourplex, which is going to be total 12 units in total. And this project is anticipated cost for this project is $8.2 million. We are in class B estimate for now. The other grant that we are receiving, one of the important for our department is the Housing Accelerator Fund. So this fund in total, we will receive $738,000 over 4 installments. So far, we have received 1 installment, which is $170,000 approximately. We are yet to receive 3 installments. I had few conversation with the person from CMHC who has this fund authority. But right now, we don't have any scope for further conversation to learn more about it and action plan because it's a caretaker period for the new government coming in. So they are right now having no conversation about anything. So once this caretaker period is over, I'll be able to give you more detail that what are the next steps that we can use these funds for. So with the understanding that I have, this is more like a housing research fund and do a pilot project after the research is done. So idea is we will be spending this money to connect with the community and members with the consultant and bringing with the innovative and as per need design and do a pilot project on that. So we will be able to give you more update on that once the caretaker period is over. So this is Zawad mentioned about this project. This is a full funded program, and this is a partnership between Recycling BC, Zwateg, ISK, and us. So we are working with them. They have a fund for vehicles like cube van, dump truck, and also operational cost to bring in recycling on both sides of the reserve. So currently we don't have any recycling program. We do have garbage pickup though twice a week, but initially was planned for early June, but due to some delays in election and sometimes something around that, I am expecting no later than July we should be able to initiate the recycling program on both sides of the reserve. And before initiating it, we will have a full funded community dinner as well, where we will be educating our community about the recycling program. That what are we gonna do, where we can throw it, and where we can throw it. This kind of educational things will be done.
Ash, what's a dumper dog?
So this is a kind of a equipment attached to the back of the trailer or a truck that can like pull out garbage and pull out in a dump somewhere, like a mechanical device. So worker doesn't have to, sometimes manually do.
It's a hydraulic.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a conversation, when I came in board, I knew like this conversation happened with Fortis BC to bring in natural gas on the south side. So I kind of restarted this whole thing again. So we just had a meeting last week this week with Fortis BC. So I tried to find out what's this next step, what I need to do and what they are like, what we expect from them. So as I see it, I promised them that end of this month I will be able to give them total inventory of the mechanical system that we have, which is required by them. And after I give them end of this month, they should be able to get us like a project estimated cost and their subsidy plan for that cost. Those numbers by end of June that they promised. So that being said, after end of June or early July, I will be able to present something that, okay, this requires this much of money and Fortis BC is going to subsidize this amount of money and we still have a funding gap of this amount of money. And then we had a conversation with Fortis BC as well that we will have a mechanical contractor for a quote regarding all the upgrades that needs to upgrade the system into natural gas for each houses. And then Fortis BC will help us, will support us through different grant application we will be applying for to address the gap between what we need and what we have from Fortis BC. So we should be able to have a better picture end of June or early July. And with the information that I have, right now we are spending around $40,000 to $45,000 annually for propane on the south side, if not more. But with natural gas on the south side, we are anticipating it's going to be around $10,000 to $12,000 annually, which is a 75% cost saving for the band.
So would they have it? When would this be actually hooked up to the houses? This year or next year?
So the idea is end of June, they will come up with the numbers and I will be able to see financially, present you financially.
Okay, so at the end of June, they say it's going to cost us $40,000. We say, yeah, go ahead. Well, when will they actually be in the houses?
This is on the Fortis BC's plate because they require to bring on those pipelines and everything. But we will push them for this summer for sure. Whatever quickest we can, we will push them for that.
Yeah, Tomo?
Just a question in terms of the ownership and are they responsible for paying for their own gas.
The tenants.
Is that
The tenant.
Are you talking like
the ban?
Yeah, yeah. Are you talking the tenants would get the bills, or would it be the nation?
I have to pay for my own gas.
Yeah, it'd be the tenants.
If you're doing on the north side, it will be the exact same.
How they pay for all their.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this will be the same policy.
So the
Unless you're on like.
so the cost of the annual propane, I mean the natural gas, is that the cost of the ban or is that the cost of the tenants? Like that,
So
that's what I'm asking. Like, or is that the cost of it to put it in?
Yeah.
You know.
So this is the
So
propane.
is that a choice? Another question: is that a choice of the tenants? You know.
Yeah.
Well,
I see what you- If they want to go
If
into,
you have a breakdown or something, or something goes wrong, then they're out of heat in the winter, or
that can happen with propane too.
Yeah.
How's happened?
Then, well, I used to grow up that way. That happened all the time. Usually happens when it's really cold out.
I think at one point, didn't we talk about a different kind of heating device for the houses, even on the north side, because the power goes out so much and there's no, with the gas, when the power goes out, you don't have heat. So I think
The natural gas will continue running and stuff. What we need is the solar powers to keep the furnaces.
Yeah, that's exactly it, to keep the electrical. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
So I can probably come with better picture of it by end of June or early July, how it looks like and how we anticipate it to come forward.
So you're going to include the solar power stuff with all the houses in regards to the natural gas, so that when the power goes,
For this,
just ask them.
I know. For this project,
Working on, we want to do.
yeah, we can something. There are quite a lot of grants available for clean energy, including solar. We can definitely explore those. But for this particular conversation with Fortis BC, we are kind of restricted with just the natural gas for now bringing in. So yeah.
Because I think you have people that work, and you have people that are on essay.
Yeah.
In terms of paying, and making it equal payment plan in terms of how you're going to pay for your gas, and you're probably going to have to pay for your solar too, because you have to think of not trying to
We hear you, Crystal. Sorry. But there is a program through BC Hydro that I just learned about a month ago or so, where they do have batteries. They have a battery program that they can bring to houses and stuff. But I said, well, they're kind of, how much does it cost to charge these batteries for when the power goes out and stuff? So, but
Well, what about even looking at something, because we always kind of looked at generators for backup, because you always want a backup, but would Fortis
the health center does.
Yeah.
There are some elders that do need, like there's one does nighttime dialysis. A couple elders need to have a constant for their breathing machine.
Yeah,
But when the power comes on, so they don't go check the generators until next time the power goes out, and those generators grow legs.
Or what?
They grow legs.
The generators get stolen.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You get a generator so big that you can't steal it.
I think
That needed 5, 6 guys to lift.
That's
I think
you can get a big one like that'll feed the whole community.
that's exactly
They
it.
can't move.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
a big cat engine or something that
That-
fires up when needed, but you'd have to bolt that and have security and
I think there are ones that you can actually put on the poles, aren't there?
There are commercial generators. There are
Yeah.
too big. Nobody can lift.
you need a crane to bring it in. Like something like that would be
There's
ideal.
also the health center's fridge that has to keep going, and
Yeah.
the elders that do need to.
Well, and they have things
Well-
nowadays that these just kick on as soon as they recognize
The
the power's gone. It just
The health
fires up.
center has one of those generators there, so we don't have to worry about like the fridge and freezers and stuff at the health center. And if anybody did need to go there, then there's enough of us out there to be able
But what
to.
I'm saying is, if something like this goes on and they need to keep things firing, like
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fortis Gas, to have something that just like you said, just the whole community will still have power, but
Yeah.
it fires up as a need basis, right? Just something to look at.
So
Or Zawad.
If council is interested, we can pursue and look into options how we can find alternative clean energy solutions for the community as backup power. We can explore that option if it's available out there. I know at least a couple of different streams which are open. We can certainly look into that if council's interested.
Okay.
Cool. So,
Just one more question. Is it possible to maybe look into a Runner River project in terms of owning the power and tying into the grid and making money off it also?
If we have something in the territory that can do that, yeah.
yeah, there's a few places have been located.
Yeah, because one of my favorite places growing up, got a Run of the River project. You can't go there anymore. It just ruined the whole place. You have to really watch that too.
This company that we did the wind, they do the
yeah.
It's all gravity fed, and they built it into the side of the mountain. Like you can't even tell it's there.
Oh yeah.
And they build shelters over top, so a person can go there and have picnics there. So it's
nice. Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Just ideas.
See, our ideas, good ideas.
Yeah.
Thank you. We will take the conversation forward, and I will let you know once I hear back from Fortis VC about the next steps, and I'll present you from other councils.
Yeah.
Moving ahead, we do have another kind of notification regarding the gas system on north side. So they are going to replace the existing meters with the advanced metering infrastructure program, more advanced meters on the north side. So with those advanced meters put in the north side, we will be able to have remote reading options, and there are built-in silent gas leak detection system in them as well, and remote shut-off facilities as well. So this is all through their program. Band is not paying anything, just they are replacing their existing old school meters with a new, more featured and advanced meters. And this has been scheduled to happen between July 7th to July 11th, and the community will be notified accordingly before that. So one of the others, just an update about the infrastructure. So as Zawad mentioned, the water system is almost, wastewater system is almost completed. From 20th of May, the contractor is going to start the lot servicing. So they will just bring in the pipe and connect to every lot. This time, it's no disruption in the existing septic service will happen. So it's just more of a notification that we will send out to the community. But after the lot servicing is done, once the connecting to the lift station with every houses will happen, there will be some service disruption, and we will take measures as it's needed after discussing with the council how we can minimize those disruptions during the connection of every house to the lift station. Septic pump out, it's scheduled for next week. We are waiting for so Ministry of Transportation. They are telling us that the road condition isn't super dry or yet, so we're just waiting for the road to be more dry so that we can pump out the septic and transport them with full capacity of those truckloads so that we can minimize the cost. So it's going to happen next week. We received 2 quotes, and we will go ahead with the most economical quote that we received for the septic pump out. And this is one of the things that I personally want to invest more time on the asset management system that we have right now. I will take 5 more minutes to explain this. So we do have a good inventory system already, including some of those GIS features. But that being said, we have still room to improve. So if everything goes well as planned, we should be able to have all this GIS information. For example, we are having the wastewater system, and there are some underground pipe networks, valves here and there, right? So when we do a maintenance, sometimes we get lost. Like, where is this, let's say, valve is, to locate those sort of things. So if we have a very solid GIS system integrated with the already existing asset management system that we have, we will be able to do these things very easily. last week we are having a discussion to put a sea can in one of those backyards, but we are not confident. Okay, what is the current septic system is? So we don't want to put a sea can on top of the septic field, right? So this kind of thing, by if everything goes well, we will be able to just find those information by just a matter of few clicks, and we'll be able to say, okay, this is the location that the septic field is, and something like that. So still work to do. And we do have already a thorough inventory for all the appliances in every houses. So with that, so for example, if OTR is, say, microwave is needs to be replaced or is not functioning, all we do is just scan the QR code, and we should be able to have any warranty information, if it's under warranty or not. So those kind of information now will be much easier, so that sometimes we get a 5 years warranty with an extended money, like $40, $50, but down the 4 years, we probably, that equipment broke down, but we are not able to track down, okay, is this under warranty or not? These kind of things will be very handy if we have all this inventory in place. And also we have right now for housing, this is something that I'm trying to do, is keep track of all the service request tickets that we come either through phone, through email, or the system portal that we have. I am currently tracking all the work orders related to every houses. For example, I just displayed one of these examples, like a house where we did receive 2 service requests, and that generated 2 work orders. And we do have all those track records that this work order spent X amount dollars, Y amount dollars, and all those invoices and required documents will be documented. How is it going to benefit us? So it's going to help us to get or explore more funding streams. So almost every grants that we are applying, they require us to show them, and what kind of asset management practices do you have? And this is something that is going to stand us like out from the other applicants. So if you do have a strong asset management system, that's going to give us a leverage or advantage over the other applicants for accessing all those grants. And also, say for example, for a funded asset X, we spend $100 for the annual to the annual 1 year period, and we are getting subsidy that says $80, but we are short of $20. And this system will help us to bring it to them and show them with a strong argument that we are actually spending more than what we are getting subsidized, or this kind of thing that will be helping us a lot. And also, sometimes you're upgrading a house with even a better roofing system, but our insurance provider doesn't have any information on that. So this house is valued even more after the renovation was done, but we are not being insured for that. So the idea of asset management is also to have a proper insured value for our asset. So this is something that I want to spend more time on it. So yeah, just to keep an update what we are doing here. And with that, I want to conclude. I don't want to just take a few more minutes. So if you have any question, I'm happy to answer.
I have a thought for a long time. Could we put a board together for off-reserve housing so we can access like BC housing funds? Like when you put something together like a board, so for off-reserve funds, you can access maybe BC housing to start getting some assets in town.
Yeah, I think something we can take our discussion and
just to put on the radar, because I think that's a good thought. We need to start really looking at in Prince George as well.
What I think we talked about it previously, something like management. You have to add it?
Yes, we have talked about it briefly, very briefly, and the idea was to bring this discussion. The idea was to bring this discussion. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, so the idea was to bring to the new council's table. From administration side, we are all up for it. I think this is a great idea. If we can put together something, if we have council's direction, we can definitely work towards that, and that will actually open lots of doors for us if we are open to off-reserve housing.
For sure. Yeah, I think that's a good direction.
Pretty sure all council's in agreement. So what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure, I will start looking into it create some terms of reference, and we'll take it from there.
Great. Thanks a lot, Zawad.
Just two questions with the asset management system. Like, is that doing like data collection, like where you can see how quickly service requests were taken care of, and then you can report back to whomever that 75% took 2 days or whatever? Like, is that kind of what that does?
Yeah, it's just one of the let's say quite a lot of things. One of those things that will help us to check the level of service that we are ensuring for the community. That's something that it does, and also other features that I mentioned. That it's kind of keeps a record of every service request we receive through phone, through email, through portal, and the work orders we created for each. So if I go by asset, let's say I want to know how much did we spend on house 1030, for example, in last 5 years. I should be able to bring it in within a click away that, okay, this is the renovation work, this is the service record, all those histories for that particular asset, we should be able to track it down that way. And once we have again, this is just started once I came in board. So I'm hoping after 1 year, I should be able to have a good amount of data to show you, okay, this is how it looks like. And maybe that will be giving us a good sense, okay, maybe we don't do, let's say, individual, rather than doing an individual service request, that's do it all together for this particular type of work, something around that. So yeah, and that is also a part of requirement for so many different grant applications to have a solid asset management. Tasheena?
So it'll also tell us which contractors, so step away from and not continue with, right?
Yeah. Thank you for adding that. Yeah.
Just one last question. On the housing accelerated fund slide, you talked about a pilot project with modular homes.
Yeah, so again, this is something that right now, no conversation is allowed with the CMHC contact that I have. So apparently, after Derek left, I kind of went through all those documents, had an initial conversation with the person. So it does gives us a money for a research program, more like the fund that we are approved for $738,000. So what are we gonna do? There are some few initiatives that we need to take over the time, right? So this is more like a housing research, engaging community, and doing like a design based off of the community's need, and do a pilot project based off of the design that we have. So that's how the scope looks like for now. But I will, once this caretaker period is over, I can give more updates to the leadership. Yeah.
Sorry, Ash, by pilot project, do you mean like you'll actually be building one of the modular homes in community? Okay.
Yes.
I just wondered,
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the mayor talking about yesterday, the modular home pilot.
The feds are going to invest a bunch of money into modular homes and like for lower cost. That's what they're looking at. So
yeah, and this project specifically
coincides with it. I think. Yeah.
Specifically for modular buildings. Yes, it mentions that.
Okay.
But we have also the flexibility to strategize using this fund after approval from them. If we do have other priorities, there are some scope that we can take the conversation, which I want to do with your suggestion and consultation once the caretaker period is over.
I'm just showing on the screen what the asset management software looks like. So it actually takes the profiles of all the assets we have, and in different categories. You can see here building, fleet, housing, park, roads, wastewater treatment, and everything. If we go, let's say housing, it gives us all the houses we have, right? And if we go to one house, it actually captures all the relevant information. What is its age, where it is, what's its estimated useful life, and all that thing. And it has enough useful information in here. Let's say when we do the condition assessment, we put information in here. And as we do renovations or maintenances, we keep on updating information for each individual house. And at the end of the year, let's say when we are doing the budgeting, it gives us asset related information. It helps us to do the capital replacement funds. It helps us to calculate the multi-year financial plan and all of those things. Another side, which is the service request side, that is the maintenance management module. And using that side, we can automate all our work orders, which we are doing currently. And it helps us to track how we are doing finishing up those work orders, how we are utilizing our work hours for human resources, how we are using the work hours for our equipment, and so on. So it's a very comprehensive tool which makes things streamlined, and it works as best as we use it. So we have to feed this information, feed this system with information, and once 1 or 2 years have passed and it has more information into it, it can utilize its algorithm to give us database forecasted models in terms of, for example, in which year we are going to see more amounts or more dollars to be spent in terms of a particular maintenance category. So it's a very useful tool if used right.
Thank you, Zawad, for mentioning that. And as I mentioned before, I sometimes feel like I should put more time on this thing because it's such a tool that is going to open a lot of windows for grant opportunities. Specifically, if you have a good asset management system, there are quite a lot of funds available that we can basically get it. And not many First Nations, in my experience, going into different conferences have done quite well in asset management. So if we can do well, that's going to give us an upper hand over the other nations.
Okay, that's housing. Any more questions for Ash and Zawad? Ash, you did great. This is your first time presenting to council. So next we have Zawad and Chelsey. So if everyone could just go grab their lunch and then come back and we'll continue on, and Zawad will be able to get
You're thinking about something. You just drifted off. And I'm like, don't worry, the CUDA is going to be fine.
Oh, no, I just trying to get my timeline all together.
Hey, well, you got to sign those like off to me. Yeah.
So you are going to sleep all day.
I wish.
Are you sleepy, Zawad?
I shouldn't lie. I am.
Is it, what time is it? Is it 2 there? Almost 2?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes to 2.
Oh God, I'd be dying.
He should have some training with the baby to wake.
Yeah.
Everyone's sleeping peacefully.
was told that it's actually just the service agreement. That's what is the holdup is on the city side. So we should maybe just give them a little nudge to have their lawyers fast track it.
Mm-hmm.
So we are having all council meeting in this office then.
Yeah.
So now Zawad, you have your information, right? You don't have to move over the system there.
So all the meetings
We'll be here.
Yep.
Doug? Meeting's here.
We respectfully acknowledge the as ancestral lands like each name and whose lands being worked, live, and play on. Sahad, me, Chelsey Hardy, Sue, Bernadette McQuarrie, Lou, Nolene McQuarrie, not Lou Den. I'm from the Frauenheim. My grandmother is Bernadette McQuarrie. My mom is Nolene McQuarrie. And Gaze.
Denise, Sakase, Skyse, Beverly Tojo, Mawetsoten from the Wet'suwet'en Nation. Been here for 3 years and really enjoy working for lately. I would like to welcome you all here, the new council members. Thank you for hearing us today.
We're your current education team. We are located at the south side. Education's been busy. Yesterday we had a beautiful meeting with Dr. King, Jesse King, and Tandy about a project that has been a little bit delayed. It is called the Post-Secondary Partnership Program, PSPP for short. I was successful in securing some funds from FINESC back in December 2023. So like the first couple months I was an employee. And the funds are to reconstruct and adapt 3 current ECE courses with CNCs to bring forward LTF and pedagogies and ways of being. The 3 courses are the 150 development practices, 156 care and guidance, and 172 health and wellness. If any student passes one of these 3 courses, they can apply to the BC Early Childhood Education Registry of Practice and receive their assistant license. So this main goal of this project is to build capacity of nation members at the local childcare center. The next steps are to build a calendar with Elder Seymour for when he's available for working days. So the college works on like course releases, and the next course release date is August 15th. So I'm hoping to have everything in place where we can just make a quick transfer, have the money transferred, and gather that course release. So then we can sit down and start looking at their courses and see what it is. If we adapt the courses a little bit too much, we would have to involve the ECE registry. So we're trying to not change the outline too much, but to make sure that we're still in line with their recommendations. So that's our next steps. I have some really exciting news. So CNC, we have been working on an MOU, and we had an amazing meeting with Crystal and Dr. King yesterday again. We are hoping to have everything finalized for full review for June, so next month. And if we have this finalized, they will honor the MOU come September. So we can enter 10 students come September under the MOU. So 5 spaces would be for trades, and then 5 would be for all other programs. So currently right now, we actually have 6 of those spaces that could be filled, 3 in trades and then 3 in other academic courses. So that's really, really, really exciting. The only thing that we would have to relook at next year is their housing guarantee, because their housing application for this year, come September, closes May 15th. So that would have to be relooked at next year. The UNBC MOU, we have 4 students that would be entering the MOU come September of 2025. So lots of movement. Our local education agreement, our LEA. So our LEA agreement with School District 57 is up July 1st. I have met with Pam and Jen from the Indigenous Education Department regarding this, and it has been suggested that we move towards the model LEA through the education ministry. And I do think this would be a really good idea, because our current LEA that is in place, there's no mention of UNDRIP, where the model LEA does uphold UNDRIP. And then also it's a little easier to read the way it's laid out. So I kind of wanted your guys' feedback on that. Is it okay for me to apply for the model LEA? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have an education committee. So we have 5 members: Laura Young, Jennifer Scott, Jamie Holden, Amber Brown, and Lonnie Rose. It's been really, really great to have an education committee. Currently right now, they are reviewing all the policies, the post-secondary policy and procedures. There's a lot of feedback around that. They would like to book a meeting to discuss the policy and procedures. I have 3 of 5 members' feedback. So that's really exciting to have some backup in a way, I guess. The last meeting we held was on May 1st, and we reviewed 16 new applications for post-secondary school, and all 16 have been approved. 8 of these, and we have 8 graduating post-secondary students. However, I am waiting on final grades and transcripts, so this number is expected to grow to about 11. Tutoring update: we have an amazing tutor. Her name's Alexa, and that's her spouse and her dog. She comes to the south side both Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 6 p.m. She has joined other community events such as the youth planning workshop and the smoke release with the fisheries crew. We have noticed a jump of students attending with Alexa, attending community events to build those relationships, which is really nice. So like last night, 3 off-reserve community members came. So that was really fun. I have the year-end education celebration booked for Saturday, June 28th. Please make yourself available. It's from 2 to 6 p.m. We currently have 24 grade 12 graduates, 31 grade 7 students going to grade 8, 12 kindergarten students going to grade 1, and 8 post-secondary graduates. As I said, though, I am expecting that to grow with final documentation. And for next year, we're expecting 23 to 24 grade 12 students for June of 2026. So lots of good numbers for graduation, guys. For this year, we've really sat with like community feedback of like how to uphold students at the education celebration. So Beverly and I will be working on putting together home packages for the summer, and what that looks like, I'm not really too sure. I've been working with Alexa to get some ideas from the school districts, what we can include. So we've ordered hoodies. We are a little bit short on the hoodies. I have 100 ordered, but we actually have 186 students on our caseload right now. So would it be okay to jump up that number to show everyone? Yeah?
Yeah, so good to, yeah.
Education plans moving forward. We want to continue to build positive, meaningful relationships with students, families, and caregivers, and also the school district. We are struggling really badly with student attendance, and I do mean like badly. We have very low numbers of student attendance. I have been trying to tackle this by providing like school incentives with gift cards, but that's baseline. Like, and we've been trying to sit with like how can we engage our youth and our students to attend school more. I have been in conversation with Jen and Pan about this issue too. We have been the school district in general has noticed that it's been really hard to engage youth since COVID-19 and like those challenges and what that looks like. So that's just going to be an ongoing struggle.
Exactly. And I was at Wednesday on the 30th. And I talked to some of the education managers there too, from different band members. And so then they're going through the same thing also. And they're thinking, well, it could have been, so many years for COVID happening and what happened then and for the youth at that point. Still never came out of it yet. That's the only thing that we could see what's happening. Like they're going through the same thing as us.
We continue to come up with efforts to ensure scaffolding and learning opportunities for membership. We're going to continue to create program opportunities where students and membership can connect with land. So this Wednesday, we traveled to Sycas to visit Minnie Thomas, and she has agreed to come into the village to teach about traditional medicine. So we're really excited about that. It's going to be a 2-day workshop. 1 day here on your territory, and then the second day will be in Sycas territory on the land with Minnie harvesting. I would say.
That was fast.
Nice.
Hopefully, put us way behind.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, nice.
Good job, ladies.
Thanks, Chelsey, for saving my life.
I do have one question. Chelsey had mentioned the education committee wanting to meet with council. Chelsey, have they put dates forward, or could they possibly put dates forward? I think it seems to work easier that way when they can give us a few dates and we can kind of choose.
I can, our next meeting is Thursday, the 23rd, so I can put that forward and get a date.
Perfect.
Just in terms of kids missing school and tendency, and when I visited the school in town down by the Aboriginal school, there was a lot of it going on there, like, you know, and most of them were Aboriginal kids that were, you know, straggling in at 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know, and there was a lot of issues there in terms of it would include personal stuff with the family and the way family was living, and what lifestyle they were living wasn't healthy for the child, and those are some of the reasons that we found out that why the kids were missing school, because they weren't living healthy at home and staying up all night listening to parties and stuff like that, and drinking all night or doping all night. And the kids do not get feed, and they have to eat at home. Most of them don't bring food to school, you know, lunches, because they don't have lunches. And they'd have to get food from the school at their time, and that time they're fed, you know. And there's a lot of issues there, like, you know, it's really personal stuff that you know, that and the school tried to deal with it by visiting the families and see how they can help, you know. Well, can we help you? Like, do you need groceries? Can we afford to give you a card or something to buy groceries for the kids, and you know, and stuff like that, you know. But it'd be only for groceries, you know, like, so they make it for. But you know, some of the grocery stores, they do sell wine and beer now, so it's hard for them to, you know, to channel that, you know, so that the kids are helped, you know.
We have been doing that. We have provided the grocery support for a handful of families, and then I have made I have switched a lot of students to the lunch programs, and we pay for the hot lunch programs. Tasheena previously had that set up, and now I'm just kind of like any student that's on the caseload within the territory, I just automatically put them on a hot lunch program, and we pay the invoice. So they always have that. And then with the tutoring that's available on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we stopped at A&W, last night, because they were all hungry. And then so to make sure that there's grub in the fridge there and that there's snacks. It's been really great to have Alexa. Alexa has agreed to work for the full month of July and the first 2 weeks of August. So I'm really excited about that, to be able to continue to have the relationship built with students. And I like the more they meet her and the more they see my face and Beverly's face, that the more they're willing to come and engage with us. So it's been really good to have us out the south side to be in the community.
She's really good with, and she connects to all the youth. She's got a connection there. She's a teacher of
third year. She's a third year student to become a teacher herself. So I'm really hoping we can just like carry her on because
just to add to that, Domo, for family development, we do get quite a few requests for grocery support as well. And we used to give out gift cards. Unfortunately, the only place that we were able to get gift cards for was Save On, that did have alcohol and cigarettes that you could buy. But the way our purchase orders you can't buy them unless Nasir goes and buys it with a credit card. So what we've done is we've just moved away from gift cards, and we will go and do the shopping for the family and drop it off with the family. So that way, but also with the gift cards, we didn't know if they were selling them for money for other things. So like we would require a receipt from them so that we could go through what was purchased and look at the bottom and make sure it was the gift card that was used. And so like there were ways around that, but yeah, you can still buy cigarettes at superstore
Yeah.
and gas.
Something that I've been doing is if there's a student in the home and we're dropping off groceries, I take that student and I make that student do the grocery shopping. And they like, so there's the experience of them getting the math skills and the sales and all that, because I think they need to be engaged in some sort of way. And that's been really positive. One of the community members, I'm like, we got to go grocery shopping for Granny. And he's like, no. I'm like, you're coming. So it's been good. It's been really good to involve the students that way.
It's a good lesson for them. Yeah. Also, we got a van. Education has a van.
Yes. Yes. So we're the silver van. We haven't, we don't have a logo on that yet. So we've been in the talks with Theo to get the logo on the door so everyone knows it's the education van.
Her name is Sierra.
No, the van's name.
Sierra, who is she?
Toyota?
Yes.
That's nice. They're bulletproof.
And it's really been able to help with like programming. There's for education, especially during like last night, the 3 students that attended were in town membership. So to be able to pick them up and bring them to the south side to receive services has been really great.
Nice.
Any other questions? Yes.
Is it the PSSP?
Post partners, oh my goodness.
Or whatever it is.
PSPP, yeah. Post secondary partnership program.
So is that consulting or Seymour to see what changes could be made to the
Yeah, to bring forward local indigenous knowledges to centralize the learning here to build the capacity at the new childcare center.
I was just curious if it was considered to engage with any youth, especially maybe youth that have been through those courses.
I know there's only one membership right now that's currently going through it. And that was the main goal of wanting to reconstruct those 3 courses, to build the interest of membership to take them.
Okay. I just thought they might have some good feedback.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I'm Chelsey, by the way.
Hi, Jamie.
And this is Beverly. And
Yeah.
Nice job, ladies.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you both. Good job.
Thank you.
Now, Zawad, you can go back to bed before your baby wakes up.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, see you.
Thanks, Zawad.
Bye.
We just finished.
No, one thing is here.
Education was finished. And number 6.
Finance. Maybe. He just ran. Called his name and he ran the other way. What does that tell me?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Having friends there.
So, Crystal, quick question. When the education committee meets, is it required for them to have their portfolio holders there, or no?
No.
Okay.
No, I think it would be really, I did send an email about before the swearing in to the education portfolio holders to possibly meet to just discuss all that is going on right now and what's in progress and what we could be doing. And because I can be available if it's in the evening, or you can stop by here. I did talk to Clay about it a bit. There's just a few things that are kind of they have time constraints, so it would be it would be nice for us, 4 of us, to meet, even if it's just one-on-one at a time or something, just because everybody's schedules.
Okay.
Fire stick in to watch movies instead of that.
So your truck is all fixed?
Yeah. Well, I asked him to look over the front end there, and there's a ball joint getting a little bit loose. So I'll go in next week for that.
Yeah.
Where is?
How?
Full time?
No. Tell my buddy.
Tell the mechanic just done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my brakes done. It's kind of cool.
Can stop now. You have to throw a rock tied to a rope out the window.
It's still good.
My brakes too on the back. Right side. The inside, it's stuck.
Oh no. No way, the plunger or whatever? Yeah.
This, how do you call that?
The piston?
The piston is it's used or something.
Yeah, that can happen for sure.
But when I just walking it a little bit and the guy going behind goes, yeah, it's this one here. So he went underneath and looked at it and said, oh, your piston's not working there. But when I put on the emergency brakes, it works. Like,
oh yeah, it'll grab then, yeah.
Grab, but then now when you're doing on regular brakes, it won't. So we're gonna change that.
Yeah, change the caliper.
Cal's pretty good price if you want someone to do it.
And put some bear grease on it.
Take the brake pads off that wheel and throw them away.
Oh yeah, who needs 4 brakes? Just have 3.
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah.
Cheaper.
Cheaper.
My brakes are okay, but my car is going like that right now, so I think there's mud. It's like stuck places. Those stupid roads.
I wish city would fix that road, man.
I think. Well, we talked about it.
Regional
We
district.
talked about it yesterday. It
Yeah.
sounds like they're trying to figure it out, so that would be nice. Yeah, that north side.
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't put that black stuff on there and just sticks to your vehicle.
Oh, that oil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Black tar or whatever it's called.
Yeah, like raise the road, like culverts.
They would have to. raise it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that one spot that always floods, right?
Yeah, well, especially between the reserve sign and the gravel pit, that road will have to be built up
Yeah.
because every year it's just ruts.
Oh yeah.
Ruts.
It's bad.
Yeah. This year it was really bad. They had to send a grader through there just to make it like semi-drivable. It's bad. A lot of our members were driving around like through Vista and Hannett.
Because of that one spot,
Because of that one spot, that one stretch.
In that corner there.
Oh, and you guys have to drive through with like the trailers and stuff, hey? Yeah.
Why Simon's on to it, and wants to get a help with straightaways because we get Simon up there.
Oh yeah. Oh geez, eh?
Yeah.
He's like, oh my God, that's rough.
We did that a few times with the city when Lynn was in, and we were like, no, don't let them grade the roads before they friggin' come out there because they need to see what we are driving on. But not only that, when they do grade the roads, the last couple of times they've sent, he must be green, but they've sent someone who doesn't know what the heck they're doing when they're grading. So it's like there were patches of the road that didn't even get hit with the grader. And I was like, well, what the heck is this?
Is it better in the winter? Like with the snow on top?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bumpy in the winter. Well, clearing the road is the problem in the winter. There have been a couple of times where our workers from Public Works literally plowed all the way to the mill because
Yeah, we are ready.
it's taking so long.
It was 127. Finance update. There you have the tape.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the updates for this content. I will introduce you with the finance team first. Our team is composed of 3 members. My role is as finance manager, and I have Jamaica as finance accountant and Connie as finance officer. Here is a little bit about myself. I started with the band during October of 2021, I was appointed as finance manager during January 2024. I'm holding a Master's of Accounting degree and a Bachelor degree in law. Also, I completed my CMA degree. And I have total 15 years of experience in finance and accounting. And I worked in various roles like a senior accountant, management accountant, and finance manager, and across the industries like manufacturing, electronics, and construction. There is Jamaica. She was appointed as accountant in June 2024. She holds an BSc in accounting and a PGD in accounting as well. And she also completed CTA from Philippines and CMA from USA. She has altogether 7 years of experience in finance and accounting. She was working as assistant controller in an automotive dealership in Brunswick. Also, she worked in real estate in Philippines. And our third member is Constance Mikuni. She joined us during March 2023. She holds a PGD in accounting, and she holds a BSc in pharmaceutical studies. And she has 4 years of experience, including Prince George Public Library, Eagle Nest Community and Aboriginal Services, and Thompson Community Services. That's all our 3 members in finance. Now, I would like to present some numbers regarding our financial status and financial position. First, this slide will be showing you the financial performance, the band for the last 5 years. The table you can see on the left side is showing the total revenue, total expenditure, and the surplus of each fiscal year. So if we take fiscal year 2020-21, total revenue was 22.01 million. All the numbers are in million. Total expenditure was 12.64 million, and the surplus was 9.37 million. Next fiscal year 2021-22, total revenue was 18.47 million. Total expenditure was 14.43 million, and the surplus was 4.04 million. In fiscal year 2022-23, total revenue was 28.81 million. Total expenditure was 21.94 million, and the surplus was 6.87 million. Fiscal year 2023-24, total revenue was 27.15 million. Total expenditure was 20.55 million, and the surplus was 6.61 million. Fiscal year 2024-25, total revenue was 26.32 million. Total expenditure was 15.2 million, and the surplus was 11.12 million. In the graph side, so it's the yearly progression of the total surplus amounts for each year. If there is any question, if not, I'll move into the next slide. Next slide will be presenting the financial position for the last, say, first 5 fiscal years. This table is showing the total assets and the total equity of the band, which we can call the net worth of the band. It is actually the total assets and the net of the liability. So it is showing the total net worth of the band each fiscal year. So in fiscal year 2020-21, total current asset was 14.31 million, and the total liability was 4.5 million. That gives us an adjusted current asset was 9.8 million. In addition to that, we had other assets, which is basically our investment in the business entities. There we had equity of 20.16 million, and total value of the fixed asset of the band in that fiscal year was 13.49 million. all these 9.81, 20.16, and 13.49 gives us the net asset of the band on that fiscal year, which was 43.46 million, which we can tell that this was the net worth of the band on that fiscal year. Moving on to the next fiscal year, total asset, net asset of the band was 49.71 million. Next fiscal year, 2022-23, it was 57.09 million. Fiscal year 2023-24, it was 68.17 million. Fiscal year 2024-25, it was 79.32 million. And in the graph, you can see the progression of last 5 years. I'm moving to the next slide, which is the treasury comparison of last fiscal year. So whatever money we have in bank, we used to put it in investment in form of GIC and PIA, interest earning account. So in fiscal year 2021, total bank balance was 11.48 million in form of liquid cash in bank and in GIC. In fiscal year 2021-22, it was 12.79 million. Fiscal year 2022-23, it was 19.1 million. Fiscal year 2023-24, it was 24.78 million. And the last fiscal year 2024-25, it is 30.12 million. So this is the progression of the.
Councilor, this is exclusively for band, not Tenno.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. This is whatever numbers I'm saying. It's just
in
band.
Yeah.
So presently, in this March, we ended up with the total bank balance 30 million. So whatever surplus you saw in the last previous slides, surplus are getting accumulated here in form of GIC and other investments. To have another look on the performance, I will show you a liquidity ratio. This is a ratio to measure how liquid we are, how good we are to pay our debts from our assets. What we have, the benchmark is you can see the green part is the benchmark, but other bars are our 5 fiscal years liquidity ratio, which is almost 4 times moving average of the current benchmark.
Yeah, so sorry. So finance is like if you allow me, so I would like to simplify a little bit what Nasir told here. So liquidity ratio is something like, do I have $1 in my this pocket to pay my $1 bill? That means we are solvent. So the real world, the standard is 1:1. That means I have $1 current asset in my pocket. That means cash in my pocket in order to pay my bill of $1. So we have how much? 4 times. That means we have $4 in my pocket, our pocket, to buy $1 of chocolate. That means we are financially very solvent, very strong.
There is another ratio to look into the performance is sustainability ratio, which is a comparison of income and expenditure for the last 5 years. Here also, we are doing 3 times better than the benchmark. So this is all about the numbers and about the audit and audit plans. Right now, our auditor is Tuan GT LLP. They are appointed for this fiscal year's audit, and they are internationally regarded audit company for their very good audit methodology and with a strong emphasis on their regulatory compliance, risk assessment, and transparency auditing. And audit for the fiscal year 2024-25, that audit work is in place. They are going through our all financial data. and we are expecting the draft of financials by the month of June. And this is regarding our budget and budgetary control. Budget for the fiscal year 2025-26 has been approved by the Chief and Council, and all the approved budget are uploaded to our website. One of our major activity in the finance department is conducting council approved budgetary control system. Yes.
Can I explain a little bit in a simple language about the budgetary control?
Yeah.
Now, the budgetary control is like, pardon me, minus like, that is like,
yeah, I know. We just caught up and now it's we're almost caught up, not quite.
Budgetary control is like, so for a department, for example, let's say like, let's pick as a department, that council approve, say, 500,000 for the department for the whole year in different category, right? So they can provide their services to the band member, their salary and wages and everything, line items. So budgetary control is like they put our finance department put it in the system and they closely monitor that for any reason if it is close to the budget line or it's like if there is a chance to go above the budget. So as soon as is that point, so they send an email quickly to the program manager that, hey, you are pretty close to the budget. Please remember, when you touch this line, we are not going to process your bill. So what is the solution that time? So there are two solutions that the program manager decides that, okay, we're not going to provide any more service during this fiscal year, or they come to the council meeting with me and tell council members, hey, we have a set up service standard and we need to keep it up in order to pass the rest of the year. So I need, say, another $30,000. If council approve the supplementary budget, we put it there. So that is called budgetary control. So every department is in like, under this budgetary control. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you for the information.
Well,
that's all.
You're on radar.
Start tallying.
Start charging them for minutes.
We should. Hey,
$1 each per minute.
are you done?
Yes.
You're done.
Perfect.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nasir.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
yeah, thanks, Nasir.
Okay.
So 141 will have to get us back. Oh, look,
Yeah.
we're actually-
No, I'm gonna be super quick. So, well, most of you have experience with family development, right? So right now, I'm the family development, my title changed, family support manager. I have my assistant, Samantha Seymour, and we have our youth coordinator, Shelby Nome, who has been, they're both such assets to the program and working with the families. Most of our funding comes from ISK. So the funding that we use for all of our programming, that comes from ISK. The funding that pays for Samantha and I's wages comes from the province. So through our relationship with the Ministry of Children and Families. And then we use ISK funding to pay for Shelby's. We are in the process of trying to hire a family support worker. So this person will be working more directly with MCFD and supporting our families and our clients who are dealing with social workers directly. So that person will be doing home visits. Right now, it's between me and Samantha, who attend home visits, who answer calls with MCFD. We have monthly meetings with the social workers in regards to all of our client files. And all of those supports that are needed for those families. Shelby has started monthly youth groups. She just took 8 youth to Kamloops to Gathering Our Voices, which is a conference that we bring our youth to every year if we can get seats. It's really beneficial for our youth. we've had really good feedback from them, especially as they've gotten older and started working and going to school, post-secondary school. They said that like that was really a turning point for them, because one of the things that Gathering Our Voices has is one of the biggest career fairs that I've ever been to. And they have everything from government agencies that are there to talk about jobs that you could potentially work for in the government. They have all of like fish and wildlife stuff. They have all of those booths there. So the kids really get to go around and they get to get all of the information if they have a specific interest. They do that. So anyways, it's something that I'm passionate about in my job, is taking the youth there. It's really important. Zawad has already spoken to the family center. So that was discussed with the previous council. And we've already had to, so we've sat down with the architects and stuff that designed it, and we had to tweak some things. So in the design that Zawad showed you today is the second design that we came up with. Talking or consulting with them, it's really important for that building to have those apartments, those safe houses that are attached. We've had a few instances in the last few years where we have needed somewhere for a family to go and stay, to remove them from situations. So those apartments that are designed into that building will be very beneficial for us. The other thing is we recently, MCFD, we have one team lead that we usually work with that is no longer our team lead. So we're in transition with working with a new team with MCFD. So I'm just back to work, and now we have new social workers that are working with our clients. So I'm in the process of meeting with them and getting to know that team and really making sure that they're doing their job the way that they're supposed to, and they're communicating and including Clately and the band in all of their doings when it comes to our clients. So
that's a good fight. It's a constant.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So part of my job is I have to participate in all of the family court dealings. So on Thursdays, I'm usually on the phone all day, listening in on court calls. One of my jobs is to sit in on mediations for my clients that are usually sitting at a table with lawyers and other parents and other grandparents and other band workers. And it's my job to advocate for our families, but our children. My job is to be there for the child and making sure that the best interests of the child are being looked after. So those are just some of the things that we do. And then we run the cultural programming for the band for the most part in conjunction with the health department. We lean on each other pretty heavily for staffing. So if we run programs and we need a few extra staff, the health staff will come and help us. Same with them. If they're running programming and they need our assistance, we'll help their staff. There. Done. Unless you guys have questions.
If I am alone.
Of course, Tofik. Okay.
$10. So council members, so just to, this is also in Tasheena's portfolio, I would say. Portfolio means like work area. So last year we did a wonderful work. So that is like, we call it like youth mentorship program. I sent an email this morning to you. So it was like the student kids who have like, completed the high school, or like they are in grade 11 or 12. We bring them in the band administration. Mm-hmm. So they work for each department under administration 2 weeks. Last year they worked 2 weeks to see how we work. The reason is like we attract them. that please come and work for the administration so that when they feel the best, suit themselves where to work. So it turned out excellent last year. So we had 6 kids. They attended last year. So we thought that we're going to do a broader aspect this year. So I had a discussion with the Tenno team. We started that CEO and Alan that I need $20,000. So last year it was like $9,000, but I asked them that I need $20,000. Like, please ask from CN or whoever you contract. So they assured me right away, yes, you have $20,000. So CN gonna give. So they have CN, they have like Canford. They're giving their $20,000. So I have $20,000, and we are doing that same mentorship program this year as well in a broader prospect way. So we are anticipating like 14 to 20 students we're going to accommodate for 2 or 3 weeks this year as well. So they're going to come and work for each department. So say 1 week this department, another week another department, so that like they feel that what we are doing here, and they feel that they one day they can work this same job for, you know. So Tasheena going to manage the program.
Yeah. So last year we did half days with the youth. We're not doing that again this year.
Oh.
We're going to have full days for the youth to come in. So that might cut the time a little bit shorter, but it's like he has enough room for 20 or 14 to 20 students,
For 2 to
depending
3
on how
weeks.
long we go.
Yeah.
Last year, we struggled to even have those 6, but last year it was also the parents' responsibility to make sure that their children made it to the office and to be picked up from the office. Like, we did offer some rides in some instances, but yeah, we really left it up to the families. If their youth wanted to participate, they needed to be responsible enough to have them here and pick them up. So it was really hard to navigate the parents picking up the children in the middle of the day, or picking them up at the end of the day. Or so this year it will be a full day that they're here, and that should help make it a little more smooth.
Thank you, Tasheena. Good job.
Do we get to break for our smoking?
Yeah, we have the break.
First one.
Oh, we're ahead of schedule. Tasheena, so we're having a break, 5-minute break.
So you can give some more time?
No,
Yeah.
we're caught up now.
Tash got us up.
We're even we're 20 minutes ahead now. Okay. Sorry,
What
guys.
do you be quick, because a lot of her stuff is.
Yeah, she said she would only be 5 minutes. That's why I'm like.
Just for 5 minutes?
So you take an extra long smoke break.
No, I'm like 2 minutes. I'll huff her back real quick. I won't take long.
Phil's turn. I don't have anything to give you. Reason, social development is very, I can't share anything really because it's a social development program is where it's a welfare program and I can't give you any files. I can't give you any names. I can tell you I have 19 clients. Two of them are not receiving any benefits until January again because they're on PWD program, which is persons with disability, which means that they've earned more than their allowable amount of $16,000 per year.
Oh yeah.
So once they earn that amount, they no longer are eligible until January again.
Yeah.
But they don't have to reapply because they're disability.
Mm-hmm.
Disability is for life. I have 14 clients under disability.
Oh.
How many?
Yeah, 14. And I had 32 clients. However, I brought it down to 19 because I work closely with Barb and other persons within the organization to help them get jobs, like permanent jobs, to educate them, education if they need more education. Barb placing them in different placement programs and getting their degrees and whatnot, and reaching out to other companies like LTN or whoever you have to try to give them permanent work.
Yeah.
Some of them they do last, but like I said, the 14 clients I do have on PWD, that's disability. They have very limited skills right now, but we're working with them. So hopefully we can bring them forward, and it's a slow process, but it's getting there. And I also just started the, life care program. It's where their office is just right behind us here, and it's a life care. They just deal with extra help with a client. Like say if Miranda was my client, I'd introduce her to the life care program. What they do is they go into the home, they do the evaluation, they take your name and information and all that. And what do you need help with, Miranda? Do you need help with laundry, doing the dishes, mopping your floor, making your bed, help you shower, or stuff like that? Then after they do all that, they do what we call a program plan. Mm-hmm. And then we go in and do the next 2 hours for twice a week. So for 2 hours twice a week, somebody goes from the program, the life care program, which is theirs because I partnered with them. Mm-hmm. They have employees that are specially trained for that.
Yeah, I see.
So they have specially trained employees.
Yeah, like especially good home
workers. So home care workers pretty much. And I do have an in-home care program as well where in the past I've utilized that for putting youth part-time jobs and stuff during the summer. That it doesn't pay EI or nothing. It just helps give the youth enthusiasm during the summer to earn themselves a few extra dollars here and there and move forward back to school. So that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm like peeing on the thing.
Oh, okay, that's all right. Oh, okay, I thought you're in your 40s. Look at all the.
And I'm sorry. I do my reporting and everything once a year with ISK, and I am in the process of working with our funding financer, or the lady that Chantal. We're trying to find extra funding to pay to help move these the summer what I call the summer program. Mm-hmm. Right now I'm paying it out of the 303 program, which is the in-home care. So I'm trying to get extra funding.
I'd like to add, my program and Wendy's program and the health office all do work very closely together as well for client support. So if there is something that Wendy can't help with, she'll get a hold of me. If I can't help it or help, we'll go to health and we'll really try to work together to meet those needs for our clients.
I also work closely with housing because part of my program is housing. The shelter portion anyway. Yeah. I don't do everything else before. I used to be in housing, to be honest with you, but not since 2021. And just so you all know, I had a separate computers. I dismantled the WJail email because I feel I don't need that WJail email anymore. because that's the email I used for when I was in housing / social development / everything else. So I just didn't have to dismantle that. I am strictly SA at Fately now.
Okay.
So just so you all know.
Crystal?
I was just going to ask, Wendy kind of answered, or Tash kind of answered it. If Wendy's new program, is it in correspondence with what Jen does? Are you guys working?
No, we're working together. If there's a need for an actual RN, then I would have to reach out to Jen. But so far, it's no need for that because the clients don't want that. They just want what I mentioned. They're happy with that. And a few of my clients, all they want is companionship. So all the hired people from the hired ladies from Classic Care, they bring coffee or whatever, and they just sit and talk for 2 hours. I have 2 clients that just want that. They just want to sit and talk. That's all they want. The elders that are in it, and maybe a little bit of dishes done, and maybe this or that, whatever. It varies as each visit goes on.
So Wendy, in addition to that, I just want to our new council members, they are not all familiar with the ASA program, so I'm going to add a few things there.
Okay.
So what Wendy told, so social assistance program is kind of it's if we consider that government level for the social assistance part, this is very confidential, but there is a guideline in place. So Wendy's department, what she does, so say a band member, she needs assistance program. She doesn't have a house, she doesn't have a job, she doesn't have any other disability or something. The process is they start with a form, fill up the form, send to Wendy. Wendy have a big policy book from ISK. So that book has a full guideline how to, if it is approved, how to allocate that person, including that person to the social assistance program. So Wendy follows that one, and then if it is approved, then that person is approved immediately from next month to the social assistance program. So there is a set amount for that based on their, and it varies based on their income. If they have any income or any family income, or if they need some other kind of help, like grocery help or propane help,
utilities,
those kind of help
stuff like that.
Those kind of help are available in the SA program. So what restriction is only cannot disclose the name of the person. Other than that, the policy. So this is such a policy that we don't, from the band, we don't need a policy there because ISK already provided their policy there. That this is how you are reported, and Wendy has to report everything every year to ISK. This is how many clients are served. So this is this.
Could just narrow it down to ISK as a policy that Wendy follows.
Yes.
I like that.
And if I don't do my, make a long story short, we could get into trouble if I don't do the reporting properly. Stuff like that, like any other program.
Yeah.
And I do get paid fully from the program itself, which is ISK.
Yeah.
So the band doesn't pay my wages. The ISK does. So it's on me to, if I want to get paid, I better do my reporting.
Yeah.
You know?
And the SA is on the 10-year grant.
Yeah, and we're on it.
Oh, that's on the funding?
Also.
Okay.
Yeah, so it varies. So keep in mind when you guys see the audits in that, keep in mind that 10-year grant was based on 322 members back then.
Yeah.
Now we've got over 1,000. So that's when the program,
we're under 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're under 1,000.
So just keep in mind when you see the audits in that the deficits looks really bad, but it'll level out in the 10 years.
Isn't SA just based on reserve?
Based on reserve, yes.
It's on reserve.
It's on reserve, yeah. So just keep in mind that they base it on the amount of members. So.
Okay, so just some more information. Yes, you are correct. It's on reserve, but number of membership increased. But the way is calculate the funding. They calculate the funding on reserve population. They multiply their debt equity ratio of the financial of the band, and they come up with a number for each department.
So Wendy, I was going to mention that Tammy does have a form that band members can fill out. It's a form that allows us or for them to change their addresses to on reserve that were previously living off reserve, and that will help build that number. because that hasn't been done. It's only when people apply for their status is where when they check the box that, yeah, I live on reserve and they fill out their address. But there are many members that move on to reserve that don't do that. They don't apply for their status because it's 10 years, right? So Tammy does have a form. So if you and Tammy want to kind of go through your clients and get them to fill out that paperwork, that could up our number. And for housing, keeping that in mind when they are building houses and moving members in, to have that filled out so that our numbers go up for our funding as well.
I already have a form that I have to use, that they have to fill out, that I send out, that they have to have one rental. They have to have an actual rental agreement for on reserve.
This one's a specific form for.
I know what you're talking about.
No, I know, but you can give them that form and get them to go to Tammy and do it. Because
I see.
This one's a specific ISK form specifically for changing their address in the status membership base that they have.
Well, that's different from. Like, I understand what you're saying about that form, but yeah, okay.
We have a conversation about it.
So, thank you, Wendy. So, Council Member, I would like to add something. So, this is not particularly for the essay. So, we have a fancy word that is called OSR, own source revenue. How we utilize that fund and what is that OSR? So, previously, we had TANO band together. That means what TANO generates the concepts like, oh, that is OSR money. So now it is separated. Just for your information, we don't touch TANO Tinis money. We are so solvent here in band, we don't need to touch their money. They are separated. They never pay us dividend. We never require to get any dividend from them. Only sometimes if they want, they contribute for example, the AGM cost. Oh, how much is the AGM cost? Oh, this year it was $300,000. Oh, the board of directors is giving you, reimbursing you the cost of AGM. So this is kind of a like charity thing, like they are giving some to the band. Other than that, so OSR means like that the money we generate ourselves. Ourselves means cannot in a business. The money we generate, that is called OSR. From band, we refer to the OSR. That means we have a program. That program generates surplus money. That is OSR. We have an FCARSA money. That is, we can also call it OSR. So how we utilize this money? So utilize this money is like number one, I will tell the education department. Education department, like we get like approximately $300,000 from from ISK for every year for post-secondary. But we have a budget of $1.1 million. Council approved that budget. So what we are getting from the rest of $800,000? Definitely OSR. And then definitely that OSR money is like our surplus money spending for band members. For social assistance, so she's getting, the department is getting from is like say $100,000 or $150,000 a year. But based on the growing number and past data, we found that okay, $300,000 is like an average cost of the department. That means a deficit of $150,000. So council also approved that $150,000 that deficit amount. That means there is a contribution from the OSR, who is getting ultimately benefited from the amount, band members. Again, so similarly, our health department is a little bit deficit this year, but normally they are not. Our other department who are running deficit, a big department is housing. They eat up all of our, if we have this much of this, they take this much of this, of our surplus money. So how they spend like every year, the renovation, the repair maintenance, the rent we collected from membership, this is like, that doesn't, so if you have an expense of $100,000, you probably collect the 15% money as a rent revenue from the membership. The rest of the money, the expenditure we have, it contributes from the OSR, from the surplus of the band.
Tawfiq, you done now?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so I'm done.
Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy.
Yeah. But you're welcome to come and ask me questions whenever you want, but I can't give you clientele information.
Sure.
Yeah. But if you want to ask anything else or come see where I work and just see how I have it set up, you're more than welcome. My office is in the back there.
Okay. I remember. I have an idea.
I do also want to give some history about the housing department. So for years, there was a lot that wasn't done in that department. So a lot of the costs that are being projected right now, they're playing catch up on the maintenance for those homes. Once that maintenance is caught up, that amount will probably be way less on a yearly basis.
Well, will be for sure, yeah.
Oh yeah,
We stay on top of it.
as long as we stay on top of it, yeah. But like a lot of those homes were not touched for over 20 years. So
And this is for review?
Just for
Parva's driving.
Oh my God.
Parva's driving.
just giving us bribes.
Hey,
Okay, it's 12:14, Barb, you have the table capacity development.
214?
2:15.
Oh, you said well.
Oh, did I?
I was like, wait, what?
Did they just want me to keep trying?
Yeah, I'm like, just late for that. You're so organized, Barb. I love it. No, I think that was Resi.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
I'm excited about the slide.
Thank you.
It's the whole thing.
I'm going to have to talk without.
I got the binder.
Okay. I developed the binders in relation to what I've been working on for the past fiscal period. I think it's, like I did my case file summary from the interventions and the data entries that I've done into an ARMS database. And that's linked to the province, whenever, if I spend money or not with funded and non-funded interventions. I have 295 interventions. That means for each intervention, I need like an application form. So this is many times I had to do data entry into the database. 58 were employed, 137 case files, and I think that number has jumped from about 40 to 50 per year to 137. So that means 137 individuals came to see me for employment and training and should. Another important initiative that I worked or advocated on behalf of the community members is the trade support program. I wrote a letter to Chief and Council, and they've developed a trade support program for individuals that are falling through the cracks because of the new education policy that was implemented. I'm very happy for Chief and Council's support with that aspect. An individual who is a heavy duty mechanic in his second year needed living out allowance supports. And that is an example of where this program came into play because his employer paid for the tuition and books, and he just needed that extra living out allowance supports while he's going to bring them. I wanted to update Chief Council. I'm having another bears lair. I did a grant. I requested the bears lair because it was such a good hit last year, and it's for youth ages 11 to about 19. and we target about 25 to 30. We had 24 last year, and it was a good hit. One thing that started was the driving training program, driving life lessons with Prince George Driving for Life. I was able to help with their 7L, 7N driving lessons and Class 5 driving lessons. And I have provided in the back of the binders all of the individuals, or most of the individuals who are in the trades training. Not all of them access the trades because their tuition and books are paid for prior to the last fiscal. And they're all stars in my books because we have one Red Seal millwright. And if you want any background information, I can give it. Really close with the community members when it comes to their training needs. And I'd also like to, I had funding for feeding, so we ordered online with Bedazzle in Vancouver. They're the only company or warehouse that was able to fulfill, sometimes I get 20 packages of feeding eggs, whereas I was limited to 1 or 2 with other warehouses. I was able to develop 80 feeding kits for elders and community members. And I think we're down to about 10 kits remaining. It's been a good hit, and I like to integrate and start up a conversation with them when they come and pick up their kits. So, anything else?
Okay. I'm not here.
I'm not here.
Hopefully he's not here.
Not there this time.
He's grounded.
No, good job. Good job, Barb.
Thank you. And I'm working on a grant request with Chantel. I gave her the information for last year's staff retreat, and she's just putting the this together.
So just to let you know, Barb got the funding for our first ever staff retreat, so it's all covered, totally covered. Hotels and meals.
From where? Where'd you find the money for that?
The province.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
India only?
No.
So interpretation is a fancy word that probably the step only go there and have fun. This is not like that. So last year, what happened? Our agenda, the full day work agenda. So half of the day, what the part target was to develop the strategic plan. So we don't get stuff together to strong brain together.
Yeah. So what department was this with?
Every department.
All the.
No. What I'm talking is for the government. Like what department funded this in the end?
Province of BC, whose department funded that? Who funded?
It was the Ministry of Education and MSFP.
Oh.
I think it was the 147 that you started that I.
Oh, are you talking? Yeah, okay.
So they approved us that one because we're going to develop the strategic plan. So strategic plan is something like we need really brainstorm together.
Yeah.
So the way we did it, like every department, lands department, housing department, capital project department, and all department together, and they developed the idea initially. And then we discussed everybody in the table, everybody in the room, and then we basis on the membership input. So that every year the priority changes, right? So we have council approved and membership membership as per membership wishes. So we have 2021 to 2025 strategic plan, but every year it changes basis on the priority. So it gives us all this stuff together, do it. So we could do it in Prince George. but there is no available funding. We never had something for the staff in previous. So actually, like, we took the opportunity to have it. That since we have funding, since we have this opportunity to complete it, we did it in Kamloops for 2 days.
And the funding was based on 17 staff members when I first started the request to 50. So it accommodated. I stretched it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Barb.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Barb.
Thanks. Thank you.
Where's the mayor? Sister.
This is Mary, you been here?
Next her.
These people are just amazing. They got us way above schedule.
Well, which is awesome. I'm actually pretty happy with that.
I had something on the tree cutting.
There's there's not enough to schedule both days. So Thursday is a go, but Friday is going to be, yeah.
Okay, say what?
Yeah, Doug's really happy. He has some efficient.
Say what?
Next week, there's not enough on the agenda for both days, so they're just
schedule Thursday.
Thursday.
5 to 9.
Yeah.
5 to 9 here, and I already sent the invite to everyone. I hope everyone got that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
If it's the right time, is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if it's the
Issue is like, I think with the laptop, not with the timing. So meeting timings are correct. Maybe the time zone is different in there.
Okay.
No, she's, Daddy said no.
No, nothing with the time zone?
Tamara is at the roundabout. She'll be here in 5 minutes. So
Oh, cool.
we have 5
minutes break.
Other small?
See that?
Grab my cell phone from Resi. Worst smoker. I never have a lighter. Ellie, can I borrow your lighter?
Sorry, I can't give you my lighter. Because I don't have one.
Next time you're in town, I'll sell you one.
Yeah, for $10. I don't think so.
Yeah, he doesn't give change. He's just like, oh, thanks. Yeah, we know how you work, Doug.
Pay my bills somehow.
Oh, yeah, right. Off the backs of all of us.
And our
department. So we have
There.
how's the
How
table?
many minutes have there?
20? I think, a half an hour.
She can do it in 10.
Yeah.
5.
Oh, 5, there we go. We're like, everybody's like,
Okay. Hey, so hello, everybody. First of all, I want to say congratulations to all of you who've been elected on our new chief and council for this term. And for those who don't know me, which all of you do, my name is Seymour. I'm the health manager for the health center. And so I created a presentation this morning for you all. I haven't practiced it yet. So today I'll just go over the health department and what we do and kind of give you an idea of who our team is and what services and programs that we kind of do on the daily, monthly, and annual kind of scope. So our health center name is Najee Bayo. This did originate from our elders. Prior to them becoming a society, we had monthly elder meetings, and the name did come from our elders. So we had it transcribed by late Edie Frederick. And yeah, so we have that out on our building, which it's, I guess if you don't know, we moved in, I want to say 2022 is when we kind of started moving in. So we've been functioning out of our health center for a couple years now. So I'll go over our introduction, kind of what we're about, our operations, our team, an idea of who is on our team and what they do. I'll review our funding. I have a photo slide, which kind of gives the idea of the fund that we have and kind of gives you an idea of community coming together, some upcoming events, and some closing contacts. So our health department is dedicated to the promotion of health and wellness for our band members through programming and services that promote healthy lifestyles, disease prevention, as well as self-care and personal management of wellness. We encourage and support our members to take their health into their hands and support in navigating the systems for the best outcome. We offer programs and services that are primarily offered on reserve at the center, but we are expanding to host programs off reserve. So sometimes at the House of Healing and sometimes at the Brunswick office, so that we can kind of get the scope of our urban members as well. So we want to move towards the inclusion of all Clayton, and I know that was kind of a directive of Chief and Council over the last few years. So when we go over the funding, we will kind of review that our funding is primarily on reserve per capita for status members on reserve, but our scope would likely move towards all Clayton members, especially the demographics in Prince George and then some outside of Prince George, but creating that foundation and structure, we'll have to work on developing that. Oh, shoot, I should have put it on that slide. Then you could have read along with me, sorry. So I know Tofik requested for us to just give a glimpse of what we do. I know most of you are familiar with what we do. So we try to give ongoing assistance to support our membership. That's either in person or over phone call, emails. We have a daily medication program that our nurse Jen runs. Of course, we answer incoming calls, emails, and requests from anywhere from medical travel to general inquiries and anything about our programming. We also help our membership navigate the health system. So if that's within the hospital or with their own doctors, or just even for appointments or just general anything with health. We do monthly cultural programming in collaboration with Family Development, and we have invited education to get onto our calendar so that our members are more aware of what else is going on in other departments. Daily medical support. We have a weekly medical clinic with our Dr. Todd. We also have an in-house community nurse. So if you're not aware, know Jennifer Coleman is our primary medical lead. And we've had her since I think 2019. So we are very fortunate to have an in-house nurse that can build that relationship and with our membership. So we have also regular monthly meetings with partners outside of Clayton. So Primary Care Network, Northern Health,
Central Interior, we are sitting on a couple boards as the local host nation. So I sit on Primary Care Network. It's really hard to explain what that is, but they're kind of a body that supports cultural sensitivity within the medical systems in Prince George and how to enhance that, like through the hospitals with doctors and nurses. So we sit on that. Jennifer sits on that with me. We also gain some funding for some of our positions through them, and it's in partnership with Northern Health. So as the host nation, we do have a seat on the board there. We do client check-ins, sessions, if that's with the social navigator, mental health clinician, with the doctor, or with the nurse. Weekly programming, and that includes mental health, cultural, and medical. In collaboration with family development, we do our calendar. So that's where you'll see all of our events, and we do posters for each event with all the information for each program we host. We support with medical travel. So Kyle, our MOA, he does process all our medical travel. So for our status members, we do process it through FNHA by the guidelines of FNHA. And we've been working towards concluding our health policy, which would include that, and the guidelines would align with the First Nation Health Authority's guidelines. Anything outside of that, we've created a process to go through myself and Executive Director Topik for some requests that are outside of the guidelines and don't really fall. So if we have, for example, a member that's not status, but family to a Lheidli member, a child that is trying to get their status, then that would technically be something that falls outside of the guidelines. So each request we kind of navigate as it comes in. And then we plan, host, and prepare for all our programs and events. And we support administration when we're requested. For example, like the AGM, one year our team did support that. And yeah, so this is not limited. Obviously, each one of our staff has their daily tasks, and not one day looks the same. We can, plan to have one event one day and it's totally different. One thing I don't have on here as well is we do support in whenever there's a death in the community. Our team's kind of the go-to to get on to family support, if that's groceries or if that's just emotional grief support. Yeah. So this is our team. So like I said, we are dedicated, and I would say we are a passionate team that really truly care for our community members. We do want to see best outcome, and that means, enhancing the circle of care and ensuring that there's a process to everything. So like I said, when I say we're concluding the health policy, so we will be presenting that to council. That would be our next step in it. We have it all drafted. Next step would be Nicole to come and present to you all. So we have myself, the health manager, Phyllis Seymour. I call her the elder in residence. She is our health assistant. We have Jennifer Coleman, our community nurse. Kyle White, who is our reception and MOU. Or that should say MOA, not MOU. Sorry about that. Medical office assistant. We have Jennifer Isaac, who joined our team just before Christmas. She's the Indigenous Social Navigator. Teal House, who is our mental health clinician. Christine Seymour Mackey, who is our language coordinator. Patricia Seymour, who is our cleaning technician. And Todd Alec, who is our community doctor. And I scrounged for all these photos this morning. So if they don't like it, they don't really have a choice. So within the next two slides, I kind of go over who our main admin health staff is, and then I separated it to our medical professionals. So Tamara, so daily tasks I do, I'm more of the admin and I guess manager. So I do anything from the budgets, which I want to say out of everyone in our admin has the worst budget because I have like 40 codes. I do our annual reporting, our daily financial. I sign off on our purchase orders, check requests, and just manage day-to-day tasks in our programming just to ensure everything runs smoothly. And I have to say, I do have a really good team. It's been, I guess, a beautiful thing to be able to not have to worry about I'm not going to say managing because that's my job, but like I'm able to delegate and I don't have to hold anyone's hands. I have a really great team that work together nicely. So Phyllis is our elder in the health center. I would say she helps guide us in our cultural decisions and honoring the Indigenous perspective when we don't know anything when it comes to like customs or protocol. With Phyllis's upbringing, she's been amazing to lean on in regards to that aspect. And she's also kind of our backbone of the team. So when it comes to cooking and menus and, just bringing to life the events that we plan, she is an asset to that operation. Jennifer Isaac, she's our Indigenous social navigator. She joined our team before December, and her funding for her position flows through the primary care network in collaboration with Northern Health. So she is a social worker. She's hopped on to basically be a direct support to the Clayton membership in navigating the health system. So if they have a doctor's appointment, she could assist, or if they're in the hospital for any reason. She does visits, check-ins, and she's been a great addition to our team, I have to say. Because the position rolls through Northern Health and PCN, the idea of this position came from all of the Indigenous resources in Prince George coming together to decide who's going to host this position. And the idea was for it to support like all of the resources, but it kind of shifted into being directly for us, which has been amazing. So we've been kind of developing how that looks. It's the first navigator position that is like this for community. I would love to find funding specifically in-house to keep her in-house and not have to rely on outside sources. And then she can help across the administration. So if it's from social assistance to family development to education, we can utilize her for all of our departments. Right now, she's kind of focused in health. So that's kind of my wish for her. Christine Seymour is our language coordinator. She hopped on our team in January. We originally did have a consultant who did the first year funding. We have been lucky enough to find year 2 funding. So she still has a job April 1st. I wasn't really sure if she was going to have it, but no, we made it work. And also Chantel has been a great help for us to find additional funding. So she looks over after our language. She has worked with Shanna, who was the consultant, in getting a language revitalization plan completed, working with the community. And I have to say, right when she hopped on, she's been amazing. And she is a proud Clayton member, and she's young. So it's been great to mentor her. And then we have Pat Seymour, who keeps us all safe. And she also not only cleans our health center and does that duty, but she also is she hops on when we need help. So if it's for a program, event, or anything, she's always there. Her and my mom, Phyllis, keep us going. So,
and just to add to Pat's, the last 2 times we've had pipes burst in our buildings over the Christmas break, she found them both times. Oh. And we were able to kind of save our buildings. So
that's good.
And she cleans with our ghost. She was on, I guess.
You have one too? I thought there's one in the band's office too.
Kid in there, I guess, like off topic, but like, yeah, she told us the story yesterday, and I was like, I'm not staying. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't stay in there by myself. Like,
so outside band office, she wouldn't go there by herself because like chairs.
Yeah. Well, we like little kids laughing in a ball. Like it's
okay. That's just
tense. And then
movies have shown us that's creepy.
When we were doing it, we were fixing up Kenora's house. We were in there by herself. You could hear people playing outside.
Really?
Yeah.
There's nobody there.
Yeah, by the park.
By the church, yeah.
By the church.
By the church.
We were young. Me and my friend Tiffany were sitting on the church stairs at night, and we heard like, those 3-wheeled tricycles. It was like that was going down the road, like in front of us, and we were like, "What?"
And a few guys run out of that house. I was like, "Shut up!" Then I went in and I was by myself there, and I was like,
Yeah.
Lying.
Yeah. I had to run out of the building one night because we seen a shadow, and we just booked it. And then I had to drive down the road with my lights on in my car. So yeah, I'm okay when she has to leave if the host is like present and stuff. Like, because I think like that's that cultural component where we understand, like, you know,
totally.
and I'm not okay with that. But so on to our medical team, who are also our health staff, but I like to highlight them as our medical team because they run our primary, the primary medical portion of our department, I guess. So we have Jennifer Coleman, who is our RN nurse. I want to give my gratitude and I'll pull my hands to Jen because like through COVID-19, through just everything, like she's just go, go, go. She does have a great passion for our community, and to have like a non-Clately Tene member who understands the dynamics and challenges that come with First Nations health and like, you know, even just the social determinants of health. She's grew up in community, so she has like that heart for it. So she does her daily nursing tasks. She runs OAT. She works with members that go to treatment. She does a daily medical prescription program where she drops off meds in community every day. There's just so much to add to this list, but I'm sure you guys all have the scope of or an idea of what she does on the daily. It's never the same. Teal House is our mental health clinician. She's quite new to our team, but she kind of just came right into it. She's been amazing. I really don't have to manage her too hard. She just knows programming, and she's been really good in the sense of just approaching our community members with ease. Her persona, I think, has been taken well in community. I know it's hard bringing anyone into our community in the sense of staff.
She's also certified to do anger management courses, which is a huge benefit to Clayton.
Yeah, so she's done grief and loss, anger management. She does like emotional regulation. She tries to pull it off her too from day to day, but I don't listen anyway, so she knows that. So yeah, she's been another great addition to our team. She did prior work with Sources, and she's worked with Northern Health as well. So yeah. We have Dr. Todd Alec. He is our doctor. He is funded through the PCN and Northern Health Partnership. So right now we have a 0.2 FTE, which means 1 day a week. We have had some discussions with Sharon at the Primary Care Network in regards to getting more time with the doctor because like right now we have a wait list for each week. So it just goes to show that we do have a demand for members who are starting to switch from their in-town doctor to our doctor. Some challenges with our medical clinic, I would say, is location. Like it's hard running a health center that is 26 clicks out of town. So transportation's obviously an issue. We always kind of try and find solutions to that. So, you know, trying to find funding for a bus driver to drive one of the buses. We do offer medical rides, which I'll get to. And then we have Kyle White, who is our medical office assistant / receptionist. I always say, I just said today we'd be lost without him. He kind of keeps us all in line, which is really good. He's the first contact and the voice for the health center. So anyone calling to navigate requests, he knows who to send them to and whatnot. So he actually did the training. He started as a receptionist and then he did the education portion for the medical office assistant. So he does support Todd and Jennifer, the weekly medical clinics, sending prescriptions off, all that kind of stuff, booking blood work.
It also allows him to have access to the NOAA system.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So for charting and everything. Yeah. So funding. So if you're not aware, we do have one main funding source, and that's our annual contribution funding. In this list, I do list kind of the structure of how they give the funding. Right now, we are in, I want to say it's called block funding, where like I can't change where these dollars go in. So if we have a lot of dollars left in prenatal, and I see another spelling on there, which 9 months for prenatal. We could technically down the road when we do shift our contracts, I would like to be in the most flexible annual contribution funding, where if I have a lot of dollars, let's say in environmental, and we need it for alcohol and drug, then I can take some dollars and move it.
You can move it around.
Where the demand is that year. Yeah. So we work directly with First Nation Health Authority with that in regards to annual reports and whatnot. Grant funding, a lot of our grant funding does come through First Nation Health Authority. Some of it's automatically given to us and split through all the nations within our region, directly from FNHA, which is stemmed from Health Canada. Some we have to apply for and do specific reporting on. We did get a large portion of funding from First People Cultural Council. So that's like our language dollars comes from there. So Christine's wage, we actually did get a lot of funding, but I have to say there was such a big challenge with language and filling those positions. So we did get some dollars clawed up, which is very unfortunate, but we try to spend as much as we could at the end. They did extend it for like almost 3 years. So that's how so every time we came to kind of like a hard stop, we had to develop a strategy or a solution on how to approach it. So then we changed it to hiring a consultant to just get the work done for the first year. So then we can have a draft plan to move into the second year. So that's where Shanna came in. And then we got Christine at the tail end, and they wouldn't extend it for another year. So we ended up getting year 2 funding, and we just try to host as many things as we could and spend as much money as we could, kind of thing. Northern Health, we get some grants that we do apply for through Northern Health. And then I would say I would bunch elder funding into the grant funding portion. This is stemming directly from Clayton Tenay. So we do have a program code that is for elder medical. So that is for additional requests that are not either covered by their status or if there's not funding to cover. So for example, like glasses, an elder only like $200 is remaining or something like that, or special supplies that is not covered. So that's kind of where those special requests would fall under elder funding. And then again, we have Northern Health and Primary Care. So that's like our doctor, and then Indigenous Social Navigator. And then we are trying to, I guess, negotiate or strengthen our relationship so that we can maybe get a social worker or maybe get some of Jen's wage, our nursing wage covered through that pathway. So here's just a snapshot of our programs and services. I did bunch them in 2 different categories, one being cultural programming and one being primary care, which is our medical side. So we have a list of all of the programs that we've done in the past. And I want to say it's not limited to these on the list. And there's also way more to come as we grow and we can get input from the community and try and see what they want to see in our community. And we try to bring that to life as much as we can. We have ribbon skirts being done at the health center today. We had beading this week. We did a Mother's Day, a celebration yesterday where we got flowers and everyone made their own pot of flowers. So that was really cool. Elder teas, ancient forest trips. We've started to do sacred fires. Men's group, we do on the monthly basis, we do community kitchen. We've done walking group. And yeah, so that's kind of that. I'm sure I printed this all out so you can kind of read through them. I'm probably getting close, but our medical side, we do our weekly medical clinic. We have our in-house nurse. We have our mobile support team, which is through Northern Health, where a counselor comes out every second week. We have our in-house mental health clinician, our Indigenous social navigator. We do OAP program, elder check-ins, medical, travel, and I kind of have listed and went over a lot of this already. We do host medical education events, grief and loss, and women's health. We also do host clinics, which I didn't put on here, but we do a diabetic clinic. We bring in the eyeglass people that they come and test vision and all that kind of stuff. We've done educational workshops on like harm reduction, stuff like that. And we do support members with treatment. So prior, leading up to and after drug and alcohol support and medical rides to appointments. And then I did a fun page where I kind of have just a little bit of like what we've done, like the dip net, the processing, alchemy. We were a part of we do residential survivors, events like honoring ceremonies, moccasin walk. We did virtual bingo in COVID-19. That's a picture of the men's group. The daughter of the DP.
Yeah, that's when she shot loose for the elders. We're cutting up the moose that day.
Yeah, so there's a lot more pictures, but that's kind of just what I added. So upcoming events. So we have our annual moccasin walk on June 7th. I hope to see all of you there walking and supporting for your health and wellness. We upcoming this month, feeding group, men's group, women's circle, walking group. We have weekly community kitchen, and then we'll be planning for our summer. So again, this is just not limited. It's just a glimpse of our month. I didn't really know. I can't really think over the next 6 months, besides the moccasin walk, like what we really have to do besides, like there's TRC and Indigenous Day, that kind of stuff. But we do kind of our own planning and celebration. I haven't really been a part of the big park thing, so.
The moccasin walk was mentioned at G2G yesterday, and so
yeah, I sent out the email yesterday.
City and regional district staff know about it, and
there was no spaces in it.
What was his name?
Oh, I added. You guys all got the email yesterday.
Yeah,
and there's no space. Yeah, really irritated me. So yeah. So in conclusion, through this work, we honor our ancestors and protect our children and build stronger and healthier futures for all our members of our nation. Our collective efforts aim to ensure that every individual has access to equitable, culturally safe healthcare, and that the wisdom of our people continues to be reflected in the policy that is currently being developed and practices that shape our health services. So we are proud of our achievements each year. I think every year we do enhance and create more fun ways to encourage our membership to be active within their health and wellness. Participation has always been a challenge. So I think like since COVID-19, we are starting to see more numbers. I know Tasheena's family nights, when she hosts them, they've just grown. And I think we have a lot of new members that are eager to participate in our culture. And like I had an elder today that asked if she can take over and if we can build a sweat lodge. So I think as we come together in unity as our nation, I think we just grow. So, and we're always open to new ideas and input from our community, and we try to be as like open and welcoming as possible, and just try to have fun, because I think we lost our fun along the way. And I think smiling and laughing, when you come to a community event and see our members laughing, it's like, that's when you know you're kind of doing something right. It's when we can come together and just enjoy life more. Anyway, so this is how you get a hold of all of us. Take note, snapshot in your phone, our emails, and all of our phone numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I get an A+? Thank you.
No, just an A. Just because you wanted an A+. Because you wanted an A+.
You finished 15 minutes early, so you did better than Tofik.
Tofik, probably going to get she wants to speak again. No.
Get into the wish list portion then? I didn't put that on.
Good enough? Yeah, a nice cedar sauna right near the river.
Calendar dates. You need to check the calendar timing.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Calendar, you go inside. So we are like UTC 7. It was set up to UTC 5. We can relate it too. I can help her with that calendar.
Pardon?
It can be confirmed June 6th.
Okay, perfect.
So I sent meeting invitation to all.
Okay, thank you.
And that will be here.
Yeah.
What time?
10 to 4.
10 to 4?
Yeah. 10 to, this is the calendar invitation.
So country.
Right.
Yeah, I think so. Unless there's questions.
Well, you're done.
I'm done. Okay, I'll
Done. Thank you.
Mm.
You did do it. Yeah.
Well, have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you end up with me or?
Children are doing land, service, natural resource, 3.
Oh, well, that, so I can go.
So I think they can do the economic development.
Are they ready to go get Abedin?
Okay.
Oh. Well, then.
Oh, I forgot to say wellness days. Well, it's on the list if you guys want to read.
Do you also have the issues with the calendar?
No, mine.
I'm just running on my phone.
I just bought that girl from the old. I'm going to charge you double for it.
And I'll find another one. That's
Are they gonna?
Yeah.
I can wait. My truck still drives.
Hello.
I notice it. Most people don't. Yeah.
Must have to buy a new truck to fit it then.
Oh, yeah.
You down here? Where do you want?
Yes.
Where, sure.
Where we can park?
Yeah.
Okay. This one, eh?
No, don't do it. You just go into the Teams. You have the invite. Put them through.
Ooh. Yay. That was fun.
Are you ready? Okay, 309. Exhale on till 340.
You don't need to take it all, but that's
We are trying to.
Just
guide
An option.
yeah. Okay, great.
That's good. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Alan Strout, Manager of Economic Development with Evan Salter. He'll speak to you in a minute.
Yeah, I'm the new CEO for my 4th week, and I appreciate Alan giving this update. Thank you very much.
Oh, we got a little bit of echo. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. First, we just go over quickly some of the LTN-owned companies. We're all familiar with LTN Contracting, Hudson Ancestors, and Tano Fuels. The one that's less commonly known is LTN Environmental, LTNE, joint venture with EDI here in town. It's also one of the bigger employers of members over the throughout the construction season. I think they had eight members working there last summer, so it was good. We're going to talk about big things, real big things. This is one of the biggest ones. So back in September of 2023, Enbridge reached out to us and 45 of our closest neighbors up and down their existing West Coast energy infrastructure.
The one that goes to Tidewater?
No, that's the one that starts in near Fort Nelson and runs all the way to Chilliwack.
Okay.
Right? So it's the existing one that's been in the
blew up.
The one.
Yeah.
And the one that's, yes, currently on reserve land. We have been offered, and we're at the half yard level here now, as of like today. We purchased shares into the project for the paltry sum of $200 to get a 12.5% equity stake in the existing pipeline. With that, we will start seeing approximately $250,000 to $500,000 annually coming into the community as part of our equity share in the program. Each nation along the line who chose to participate will see the same amount. We won't be in the operations of any of it or anything like that. We will be quiet partners of the 12% portion of the pipeline. Nodding heads.
Well,
confused heads.
No, I'm just wondering, like, how much was invested into it to get that equity stake?
$200.
$200. That's it. Yeah, I thought it was like $200 per share, and I'm like, well, how many shares did you buy?
So
did we take on any?
None. So the risk, how it's built. So we have upper, middle. Well, so we have the nation, and then we have Tano, and then Tano owns a part of a company called, I can't remember, Stone Secate, which is a combination of all 5 groups' names. That's where Stone Secate comes from. And through various groups, we used to call them upper, middle, and lower. Lower owns the shares. Middle owns lower. Upper owns middle. Upper is owned by Tano. The reason you do that is to put as many levels of liability shielding between you and it. So what's going to happen is that the income will flow up. Each middle, lower, up owns 99.99% of each of the one below it. The payments will work its way up. And if something were to happen, lower LP, Stone Secate lower LP will go bankrupt. The middle one will go bankrupt, but that's as far as it can go.
So did we get like an independent person to look at the line just to ensure that they're not just selling us like a 60-year-old line that we would have to try to fix? Like,
yes. So I've been working I'm part of the transaction committee since September of 2023. We've been working with Boughton Law, MNP, our TD, and that's all covered by Enbridge. I should mention all those fees are covered by Enbridge as well.
Yeah.
So we were provided, the nation, so the nation got reimbursed for my time on the transaction committee. In the, let's say, early days, it was $10,000 a month. It just went straight into the nation. Later on, when it became less so, we became more of a board rather than a committee. It moved down to $4,000 because the work was less. So the meetings were less. It was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's tough slogging. The original deal that Enbridge put forward was 10% equity, and you would see $100,000, but you'd also be responsible for the general maintenance of that. So it really cut it down to $76,000. So this deal is $250 plus we don't have to pay for that G&A costs of keeping this thing on paper, right? So the fees that are attached to it are very low. There's some for borrowing. This will be actually the first project that uses the federal Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program.
I thought they were looking for that for CGL too.
They were. That's too bad. That second place.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it doesn't matter. It could. Yeah. It still works.
So it's, and that's where this really, and this is why that program is super important, because if we were to just go and borrow money to buy our shares through this, we'd have to go to a bank, and we would go and we would get a loan for like 7%, something bad. The regulated return on a regulated pipeline is 9.5%. That's the maximum they're allowed to make. So we would get 2.5%, which you might as well just go get a savings account. So, well, we're not going to do that if that's the case. We're able to borrow money much, much cheaper through this loan guarantee program. So instead of it being like, now don't quote me on these numbers, but instead of it being 7, it's closer to like 3.5. So that margin is now like this.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was kind of asking, because it says $200, but what's being borrowed through this?
Through this?
Like
borrowing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
How many nations are borrowing?
Yeah.
And what's the total cost of?
The total cost of the whole thing is $715 million.
Okay.
Now
that's what I was.
We don't own. Now we don't. Stone Wasecki Holdings Corp is doing the borrowing.
Yeah.
We're not on the hook for any of that.
Mm-hmm.
In the event that, let's say, another incident, explosion happens,
yeah,
and people just refuse to use the pipeline, there's even a collar built in that if revenues aren't there, so let's just say shippers stop using the pipe for some reason, seems highly unlikely because it's the only one, the minimum payment would be like, I think, about $177,000 for something that would have nothing in it. Obviously, if there's something in it, revenues are higher, right? So there's no, we wouldn't be stuck with some sort of lame duck pipe in the ground that's not doing anything.
And is it both pipes?
Is it both pipes? It's the whole system.
The whole system, okay. Yeah.
So we could probably guess why they wanted to do this was because with the Sunrise expansion program.
Well, and that's what that was going to be my next question. Like, can we have the same opportunity with that expansion program if it's running through the territory, or are they trying to pawn off their old line and not let us be included in that?
We're already
okay. Perfect.
On it. And so they've built that into it.
Okay.
Right. So the Sunrise expansion program is T North, so Chetwynd up, and T South, Chetwynd down, all the way. Within that is about, and I'm going to go on to the next one, 30% of the entire expansion happens in the traditional territory.
Yeah.
So this means, moving on to it, this is with that comes a project benefit agreement that they've sent us. We are going to summarily reject it because it's a low ball.
Oh yeah.
Right. That's how they work. Right.
Well,
and so we'll come back with them at something. We haven't even responded to it other than say received.
Yeah.
Right. But there's been no talk of coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan, who is currently at his he'd be here today to say hello, but his cousin's getting married in Vancouver, so he had to go. Sends his regrets and nice to meet you all. I had him do the math on what Enbridge would make, because we figured out the compression ratio, and that's what's really important.
Yeah.
Hacking. And they make about $4.5 million profit annually on the expansion, on only the part that's in Lakeway territory.
Mm-hmm.
They offered us $1.5 million one time.
Yeah.
We're going to tell them to shove it.
That's
we're on. So, okay, I'll try not to talk like that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's
so
yeah.
So, and I don't want to put words in your mouth in anyone.
No, exactly. And if you see a third of that project going through our territory, that's
yeah.
We got to be smart.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, dealing with Enbridge, you never take the first beat.
You deal with any industry, you watch them because they've planned for a long time for this. So yeah.
Malcolm told me in my first day about Enbridge, they're always wearing a mask.
Yeah.
All the time.
Every industry, any big industry is. Yeah.
Is this one on YouTube?
Huh?
Is this on YouTube?
Might be.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you move on? Yes.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you just said this a couple minutes ago, but if there was another like explosion or emergency, or that would prevent them from
Hey, Jamie, I see your thing, your phone case.
No, it would be a different.
Phone case.
It would fall into.
Yeah, the number.
We can work that into a project benefit agreement, because if something were to happen in, say, around marriage, something like that, that would be a nation Enbridge situation instead of, so whereas, like, I completely understand what you're talking about. You don't want to paint yourself into the corner in this, and now that would be something put into the project benefit agreement, which is completely separate from this equity deal. Is a completely different animal. It is purely transactional. It is nothing else. Right. So, moving on to did that answer your question?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. We don't want to do that. Absolutely. We are working on the North Coast transmission line. Phase 1 is from Prince George to Glenannon, so around Fraser Lake. So we're working with Sycas to Latin.
Yeah, we had a.
We
had the one in community info session. So a bunch of us learned about that piece with all the Chaco nations working together to purchase a piece of like the major piece of the equity of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are. So Benga is doing the environmental, which I'm sure you listen. I don't know if he's after me or before.
He's after.
Okay, so I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah.
You can get into that.
Do you need the numbers?
I'm working on with FNMPC, Chief and I, with each nation's chief and a representative, usually a cab manager, on negotiating with BC Hydro what that's going to look like. Things like routing, ownership structure, direct awards, historic redress. The provincial government and BC Hydro are being sticklers.
Well, you bring up historic redress, no one wants to look in the past. That's one of the worst ones. Yeah. Yeah. I know.
And they are, and it's one of the reasons why we got the last one there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's a slog. I think Enbridge was going to be. Enbridge at least deals.
Oh, Crown Corp. Yeah.
And they've never been through this. I will say this too. Everything at BC Hydro owns everything right up to the services into your house.
Mm-hmm.
Right? All the transmission, generation, distribution. So they've never actually done this.
Yeah.
The only thing that's sort of different is like the power generation, like what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Which I left that slide out because I didn't want to. I know Tofik was going to talk about the wind farm.
Oh, a little bit today.
Fantastic. So I didn't cover that on here.
Yeah.
Excellent. But generation is one thing.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Distribution is, yeah, exactly.
And so they've never been in something like this before. So it's a bit of a first dance for them too.
Yeah, it is.
That's the modicum of slack they get.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are acting like they're still single when they're married.
Mm-hmm.
And so I tried to explain it to them like that. They kind of got it. You're like, you can't just think about yourself now. You have an actual partner now.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think like that now, right? Like, think about your spouse.
Yeah.
Think about how you think about them, right? And they're like, well, it's one of those. Well, that's not bad. That's kind of a good analogy. So,
yeah.
Anyways, that's ongoing.
Yeah.
They are, though, as of today. Maybe I'll let Banga talk about it. Someone asked if he doesn't bring it up about Bill 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. It's a infrastructure bill that he told me about that I'm getting secondhand knowledge about, but it might be a bit of a steamroller. So just heads up.
Well, I see things like that, like the Rail Act. Sometimes it's really tough to get through. Like no one, it's a steel door.
Yeah.
But for now, there's always a way, but it might take a lot. So
it's one thing to have a bill from 18 some on,
mm-hmm.
and it's another one for 2025.
Yeah.
Right. And so this is like, ask him about it.
Okay.
He knows more about it than I do. But just, he told me, and I don't want to steal his thunder. So, someone please. Okay, moving on. Some of the other items. We are working with Tyrod Industries on building a facility that takes hydrovac slurry from hydrovac trucks. It is in town. It is, I don't want to get too much into it because we're live here. It is, we think, extremely profitable. Companies pay about $400 a ton. Each of those things holds 11 tons. That's about $4,400 to dump their stuff somewhere. Right now, the thing that causes this to be really exciting is that there's been a new change in legislation that said back trucks, all of them, have to get tested. It used to be only if you think you might have contaminated materials. So this market size went from 1 to 20. It 20 times itself because now they all have to get tested. This facility will only take non-contaminated materials. So before you get in there, you get tested. Okay, it's rocks and dirt and water, right? Anywhere you use a back truck. You still have to pay the same. The closest place is in Quesnel. And Tyrod showed us how much they spend on back truck materials disposal. And that's why they asked us if we wanted to get into it. It's payback in a matter of months. And it's not that expensive. Like, for us, it'll be, I don't like talking like this. But
it's like,
it is a good deal.
I gotta look
happily talk a little bit off camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember, may I? Alan, please send an email to council member with all this information.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Break it down a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then questions could flow a lot that way too.
Absolutely. Happy to do so.
Perfect.
The Jackal Fish Hatchery is across the street or across the river. DFO, working with DFO Chelton, has really been taking point on this one about getting IDL is the prime contractor. We're trying to slide as many of our companies in there as possible. Glenn did the clearing.
Oh yeah.
We'll try to get some yellow iron in there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's normally like a river fish hatchery is a lot, like 100 times more complicated than a lake one, right? Because you got to have the water flowing through, and you can't just have a tank, throw some fish, throw them in the river, lake. For rivers, you got to get them. It's a whole lot more piping and else.
And have the turbulence of the water and everything. Yeah.
Everything, right? So that's starting. You can probably see the clearing. It's next to the location is next to the Canfor water treatment plant that they have there.
It's like across from the boat launch almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. So it's like right there.
Yeah.
Right. So right in town again. And that made it easy for a lot of our companies to participate. And so but yeah, talk to Chelton about that one. He's got his finger on the pulse of that one.
He's up next.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll talk about it. And then just the other day, we had the BC Hydro second call for power. So obviously we were successful.
I'll give the more information later.
Sounds good. Let's talk about some old, man.
You're down to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want to show the next one. Okay. So
that'll be
email.
Well, yeah. Can you email us your slideshow and then email us a bit of a breakdown of things, and we can definitely chat.
Yeah, because normally most of my presentations are done in camera.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right, and so it's hence the freewheel and talk here a little bit, but I will absolutely, as soon as I'm done here, move on.
Well, you guys are part of a different. You're not totally. You're with Canos now, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So is there ever going to be a breakdown of like what's coming into Tano and everything else, like a budgetary breakdown, because we get that first.
We're on a budget right now. We have a preliminary budget approved by the board, but we're getting sort of revised budget done.
Yeah, just
then once we get that approved by board, we can share.
Yeah, just to show us the numbers too, show council what's going on there.
Exactly. Yeah. Then we're working towards consolidating everything.
Okay.
To one report, which we don't go all to get there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle.
Yeah, it's been built a lot over time, different ways. Yeah.
Definitely, though, we're going to get there.
Perfect.
So we can share that, and you guys can ask as many questions as you like.
Perfect.
Do you want to? Sorry.
Council member, you know that we have been hearing a lot about the wind power project, but I know that you don't have information. So I don't want the economic development arm to give you a lot of piece of information. So what we did, like we keep a exclusive agenda for 1 hour in next council meeting on next week.
Okay, then yeah.
So,
okay.
And that time, like I'm gonna go through the whole project. What is the project? Where we are? What we are expecting? What will be happening next 5 years? What will be happening in next 50 years?
Yeah.
And what is the second call for power? I'm gonna give you the update there.
Perfect.
So, and yeah, so especially for the wind power project.
Yeah.
Well, she's one of them, but no, I have.
So I'm just going to end it right there. And I will send my presentation to everyone with notes. I'll put notes right in the slides.
Cultural program going on right
about, so when you go through it, it'll have notes below it, whatever it is.
Tomorrow.
That'll make it easier for everyone, I think. Are you?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, are you sure you want to talk about what you're going to talk about on camera?
Yeah.
Okay. I was asking. I'm just a little bit afraid.
Hey, Rezzy, can we go on in camera for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
5 minutes in camera. Thank you. So it's 4:30 p.m. We have lands for the egg nest.
Yeah, me.
You guys get table.
I need to get over here.
Yeah, Jeff. Which one is open?
This is wait.
Whoever used to have this phone number had bad credit.
You can use Ray.
Yeah. So I'm Agnes Maston. I am the new lands manager and tax administration. So this is our department. I'm the manager. Janice Shannon, as you all know, is the lands coordinator. And we're going to be hiring a lands assistant. We also have the lands authority, as you know, which are elected officials. These are our revenue streams. So from ISK, we get $348,744, and that comes from the framework agreement on First Nations land management. So when we signed on to being a land code, 44 sections of the Indian Act that have to do with lands no longer apply. So they give us block funding. The more leaseholds that we have, the more things that we register in the First Nations land registry system, the more money we get. So having more land to lease out is a good thing. Having said that, we also want to have in the future some land that is not, that is fee simple, that is not a reserve, so that we can use as collateral should we need it. Through land leases, we get $20,000. And that's Lazy FD Ranch and Goodvin. From local revenues, again, the ISK is repeated there. Land lease, sorry, that it shouldn't even be in there. The land, no. Local revenues we get this way. Sorry, my apologies. Finance. So as you can see, for local revenues, we have the rail grant, BC Hydro Pembina Pipeline, which is now changing over to Tidewater.
That's still, sorry, pardon my language, but like, it's not much more than years ago. And with these agreements, they want you to like keep access open. So aren't these used for?
A lot of these are with taxation. So if tax rates don't change much, then neither do the amounts.
Mm-hmm.
So, so right of ways are the rail and bridge, BC Hydro, Pembina, BC Tel, and I believe also inland gas. So that's our own source revenue. So the environmental management plan. So we get incremental funding from the Lands Advisory Board and Resource Center to build our laws, our plans, our framework for lands. And so what we're working on right now is the environmental management plan. So we get incremental funding for every milestone that we reach. They put money into our account. So we were going to hold off on implementing the environmental management plan until next year so that we can get our land code updated. The problem is that there's no money available. The BC Law Foundation, who often are the ones that will fund the land codes, they're not offering the Willow Grant this year. So I have no means of, except for out of pocket, to fund our land code. But what we can do is work on the
implementing the environmental management plan, the land use plan this year, have everything ready so that when the land code does get passed and we're ready to pass the other things, then we don't have that quorum of 25% of membership plus, simple majority of 25% of the membership. Now I'm just going to flip back here. So this is how we're building our framework. So we have signed on to the framework agreement on First Nations land management. That was years ago. Tene was among the first First Nations, the 13 First Nations to sign on. Out of that, we built the land code. The land code is basically how we build our internal framework. It tells us what we can and can't do. It's written by us. It's written by approved by the membership. Members tell us what we want. The lawyer advises if we can do that or not. And then it gets passed. Right now, we're working with the 2009 land code. And the quorum on that land code says that we have to have 25% of membership, simple majority of that number to be able to pass our land laws. We need to get that number down. The other problem with the 2009 land code is that it talks a lot about the treaty. And we didn't sign treaty. Treaty didn't get passed. So we have to have all of that taken out. So land code needs to be updated. We have the environmental management plan. Out of the environmental management plan will come the environmental protection law, the environmental assessment law. Then we have the land use plan that we're going to be starting. We've got funding for it. So again, incremental funding, every milestone we reach, we get another deposit into our offers. So out of the land use plan will become, so up here is the comprehensive engineering and infrastructure plan. That's going to come out of the land use plan. And that's what Zawad needs to build the infrastructure on reserves. So we're going to share the implementation funding with his department. And then we're also going to be doing our development procedures manual, our zoning law, our development permit applications, procedures, and leasehold agreements. And then we're going to down the road, and we're looking at 2026, 27. We're going to implement a community protection plan. We have all kinds of issues with families going back and forth. They're not getting along. There's issues with dogs and animals. A community protection plan will encompass a restorative justice system that's voluntary. So basically, the community goes to the person and say, hey, you're not tying up your dogs. You know, we have a group of people. They sit them down. You're not tying up your dogs. We can work with you. We try to restore them to living in peace with the community. That doesn't work, then they're referred to the enforcement system, the enforcement law. And the enforcement law, it has to be equal to or greater than what is put out in the general laws, either by BC or Canada. So we can't just go off our rockers here, right? We also have we can have a trespass law and an animal care and control law to make sure that dogs are being licensed. And I'm always interested in doing cost recovery. So if we need to provide somebody with a dog house, for instance, because they can't afford it, we provide the dog house, and then one of the things that we can do is we can increase their rent nominally to cover the cost of the dog house. So whether it be $20 a month, you know, and this has not been approved yet, but this is just me thinking. Okay, so you have the right to say no down the road when I put it on paper. We also have taxation. So We have, under the framework agreement, we have the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. So under that act, we get to collect taxes. And I'm not saying that I'm going to charge you taxes for living on the reserve. That's not the intent. But what we're saying is that when we lease out our land, or if we have a business that's, or right-of-ways or anything like that, we can collect taxes on that. So this is a good thing because it puts money into our pocket. We can use that to fund things like spay and neuter for animals. Right now, most of our taxation dollar is going to public works for garbage cleanup. Good thing, right? And we have the property taxation law and the property assessment laws that were passed in 2013. We do annual laws, which is the tax rate laws and the expenditure laws. The tax rates, so we follow our reference jurisdiction is Prince George. So we follow their tax rates. We don't charge any more than what they do. Our expenditure law tells us how we're going to spend it. Other laws that we can put into place under the taxation law are business activity tax, the fees laws, business licensing, and dog licensing. All good things, right? So one thing with lands is that there's a lot to know, and there's certifications that we need to keep up. So our people tend to need to go for training. We do need to go for training. We need to find out how the laws are changing. For instance, additions to reserves used to take forever. Well, ISC has now cut that down so that there's a few simple steps that doesn't take that long, but we need to keep up with those changes. So we've got the Lands Advisory Board and Resource Center. They offer conferences every year, several conferences every year. So one thing that I want to drag Chilton into is the enforcement conference so that he can learn about how we need to enforce our laws and what other First Nations are doing, and I can have more support from him. Not that he isn't a great guy and great support already, but just, knowledge is good key. And then we have the Professional Land Management Certification Program. That is not paid for, but because I am Native and I have my card, I went to McLeod Lake and I said, hey, I need this. Can you pay for it? And they're like, sure, but they're not paying for the travel. So we had to put that into our budget. The National Aboriginal Land Managers Association also offers many workshops throughout the year. So I just did commercial leasing. I just updated my commercial leasing certification in Toronto, waiting for the certificate to come in the mail. They paid for the travel. So travel and a hotel, $3,000. We're not, I'd be stupid not to take that. BC Aboriginal Land Managers Association also pays for yearly workshops, usually about 3 or 4 a year. Same thing, they pay the travel. So your plane ticket, your per diem, and your food. Your hotel. Then we have the First Nations Tax Commission. So through the Tulo Center for Indigenous Economics, they pay for the hotel, they pay the tuition, your travel costs nothing except for your time and the wages while you're doing it. So that's a 12-month program, and you attend for 1 week a month. So again, be stupid not to take it, right? I've already taken a lot of these. I'm halfway through my professional land management certification program. After I finish that, I'll be doing the diploma. It's ongoing learning, but people tend to panic when they see how much we're going to conferences. We're going to be hiring a lands assistant. They will also need to learn. So we're going to, right now it's a lot on me because Jan is a little bit older, a little bit more experienced. She's got most of this. She doesn't really want to go. So right now it's me, but when we have a lands assistant, we can kind of split that up.
Agnes, the one through two though, the 1 week a month, is it online or is it in person?
It's in person. It can be online, but they prefer it in person because people online tend to get a phone call and then they don't come back. So they really encourage that in person.
And I know Jan wants to pass her knowledge on to some, like an intern, like coming up or something.
Yes.
She's got a lot of knowledge.
She does. She's
Yeah, and she was really looking towards like a band member, like a young band member.
Yes.
Like I know maybe want to steal Shelby from you, but you're like,
I mean, if that's something she's interested in and she could be passionate about, 100%.
yeah, it's just someone to pass it on. That's
nice recovery.
Yeah, I know. You're like, I put you on the spot. But no, and I've talked to her too, and she's been looking for that for years. She's someone who's actually like wants to learn about this and wants to.
So
someone to take over.
Keep action that there's a posting. If it isn't out right now, it's going to be out this week.
Perfect.
Right.
It's complete. It's approved.
That's great. Yeah.
So over the next few years, we want to grow the department. We want to do more ATRs and just so that we can work with economic development so that we have more things that we can tax.
Yeah.
Because taxation is a great thing when you're native and you're not paying them. Right.
Have you seen like Evans Road in Chilliwack? As soon as you pass the one bridge, it's like everything's First Nations land.
West Bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, West Bank.
West Bank, same thing. Yeah.
West Bank is the first $1 billion band. We can get there.
Yeah.
We just it's a slow, steady pace. And, the more we grow the department, the more we can do these.
Yeah, the more capacity, then it's gets easier. Yeah.
Sorry. Can I just make a suggestion, just like side note?
Yeah.
Is it possible for Lance to maybe look into putting on some kind of safety training for ATVs for the kids in the community? Just because there are so many of them right now driving around. A lot of them don't wear helmets.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think parents know anything or know much about insurance that they should have on their toys that I think it would be really beneficial for band members if we were to put something like that on.
But also, Barb does that.
Yeah,
I think it's more also safety on the land and all of the territory around. I think that is one component. I know that Barb can sign them up for ATV safety training, but you have to be a certain age to do that. So it's more just doing.
Yeah, it's like 16 or over. Sticker on the corner.
That's exactly it.
Also, we now have the lagoon in the top field, and the kids driving around and just maybe doing safety about that stuff. A lot of them don't realize that a machine can go out and dig out a part of the field or something, and they won't know about it. And I did that when I was a teenager, so I know firsthand how dangerous it is to fly through the field on a quad. And
cartwheel forward.
we actually, my daughter broke her back 2 years ago, right? Doing just silly. So I think that it would be beneficial for kids.
I think you're right, because I had a friend that lost her daughter. They were decapitated because they hit a guideline.
Yeah.
And we don't want to see that happen to any of our youth. I also was wondering about PAL training. That was something that we wanted to kind of do out at Camp Trapping, but I think that it would be beneficial to offer it on reserve if we were.
We have every year for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's we usually do it in the fall at the health center.
Yeah.
I have a contact for the person who does the PAL training. So if you want that, and you do want to set something up at Camp Trapping, I can forward you the information.
Okay. Perfect. I don't know everybody's name here. I know a few of you.
Round table.
Yeah, round table. I'm Jamie Bird, new counselor.
Okay.
And Lands Authority.
I'm Doug Olson.
And Lands Authority, sorry.
Perfect. We'll get to
I'm Doug Olson, new counselor.
White Boatney Counselor and Lands Authority.
Perfect.
Tasheena Seymour, new council.
Crystal.
That's, I know you.
Pauline.
Yeah.
Double new council.
Shahid.
Yeah.
Miranda, new council and land authority.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm excited to work with you all. I have lots of ideas that come out of this brain. If you ever need me to shut it down, just call me.
Thank you so much.
So excited.
Good.
Sherry's now. Angus and John, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Good.
Hey, how are we doing?
Perfect. Like 5 minutes and
Okay.
I'll just
We're running.
presentation.
Really fast.
That's so good.
I was super so quiet and loud.
But that's how we get to know each other and how to work together, right?
Each other?
Thanks.
Okay, it is now 4:51. We have fisheries. Domo. Shelton.
Well, we have some slides. I have some notes. I'm going to present to you personally, but we can get that to you another day. The first slide you see is
from the distance.
restoration on the willow and
Fish fence. This is the fish fence, so.
what is the fish fence bridge? He knows more than me because. But that's the willow. That they had 3 fences last year. There was one on the willow, one on the Chilaco, and one on.
There was one on the Indaka, but we didn't run that.
No, oh, salmon. There was one on the salmon, but that didn't turn out because our neighbors were unfriendly. But anyways, we collected 2 fences, and at the 2 fences, some of the crew had learned about brood stocking and collecting eggs and putting fish away that weren't ripe enough to get eggs or the sperm of the males and that, so to mix them up. But what they do is they collect those and they put them on ice and they send it to the hatcheries, whichever designated hatcheries when they take them, which was probably the Cornell hatchery, I think.
Either the QRC
or the QRC
or the one down in Chilliwack.
Yeah, or the one in Chilliwack, yes. Okay, so those fences have been up for last year and the year before, but now they've cut back. DFO is cutting back on their budget, so we've been helping with the fences through UFFCA, which is United
Upper Fraser
Fisheries
Conservation
Alliance. Yeah. So I wasn't part of them for a long time anyway, so never did like them at first. To tell you the truth. But anyways, part of my job is to build capacity and to build relationship with government Canada, the province, and UFFCA and other fisheries organizations that are operating within our community, within our territory. And you know, from the map, we have a very big territory, so we try to control all those. And how we did that was we used the declaration. We used the declaration. The declaration was a big thing for us to bring it forward to the government and to all the partners that were with us and all the partners that were working within our territory to follow the declaration, because we are the keepers of the land. We're the ones that look after the land. Those terms right from the beginning. we always say the beginning of time. Somebody else might say different, like from time immemorial. Other things like that. But beginning of time, you can calculate the time going forward or going backwards in terms of beginning of time from time immemorial. You have to look that up. It's very interesting.
Tasheena.
What's that? Yeah. The administration, the hatchery, this is the slide that this is what it's going to look like. It's across the river from the Chaco, from the bud launch, pretty close, right straight across. We've already broken ground. There's been negotiations going on and so forth. But I think Shelton has taken the lead on that. He kicked me a little bit.
One of the things we're working on, especially right now, is the cultural water treatment. So we're really bringing a Claytley cultural component into the hatchery. So whether, like we're going to have like kind of a big sort of pit house style, like amphitheater. You can come in and it'll have a little bit of heat in there. So it's a place for sharing knowledge, doing presentations, but trying to bring things back to like Claytley history. Then as well as art.
I think also we do have 10 acres over there that we want to build on, and also build a fisheries, maybe a fisheries officer or an economic development office over there in terms of fisheries or whatever. We can probably use the land for just about anything for that we need.
That's all being built right away?
No, that's just a fishery, that's just a hatchery.
This is phase one.
The white building?
No, all of it.
Okay.
So the way they do it, we've got a budget, and the budget's kind of in that $36 to $40 million range. But they tender it as a lesser package because when it goes out, it's got to come in like within. They have to have enough money to build what they say they're going to do. But then, so the quote is to do like less than what you're seeing. But then they also ask you to quote every other component. And the hope is that every component that someone's going to put in a bid, that we can afford to do all the components. So when I say we're building all of it, well, it depends what the bids come in at.
And the other part of it too is because it's taken so long, because the money comes straight from Treasury Board.
Oh, from the federal.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's the Fed. That's the Feds.
Federal Treasury.
And they have to have everything in order to show that this is going to go ahead. They have to have all the ducks in rows so that this can go ahead in terms of in the agreement that we should have, which we should have had right from the beginning, which was the MOU with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And I think that was one of the biggest part of our negotiations was having a foot in the door with the FO and owning everything after they're done with it. 50 years from now, they decide to take off, then we own the land, we own everything that's on the land.
Yeah.
Let's take it over. But I think there's another thing that we missed out on is that we missed out on being the prime, having the company or our companies being prime with the prime.
Like having a civil arm of LTN. Yeah, exactly.
So that our guys can get what they're getting, so that they won't be undercutting wages or anything.
IDL's doing the whole thing then.
Well, there's a couple pieces of iron or something from LTN out there.
They're doing, right now, IDL has the contract for the first phase. And the first phase is just the land clearing and the site prep and some of the underground works. Everything you see, like everything underneath what you see, is the first phase.
Yeah.
Everything above the surface is the second phase, and that contract will be going out soon.
Yeah, it goes up to tender still, yeah.
So anyways, moving on. I gotta take 5 minutes, but
we're 11 more minutes.
Don't go by that schedule. We got Benga coming up terribly.
So the hatcheries and participation and practicing that we're figuring that it's going to be done in 2026.
Nice.
At the end of 2026, they're probably not. I mean, they have to have this in the ground by then. Otherwise, they don't get the money.
That's the story.
So that's the if in the agreement. So we've already talked about the fish fence, and that one we with monies coming back to the band, we have probably around 77,000 or less coming back from UFFCA. We've been also been doing restoration work, and which is under Shelton's programs, and that one in the day they've got $3 million for that for 3 years. So we're on the last year. We're going to do the last year of that, and last year we also got an extra $250,000 on that to that program on the restoration. So we've been with that and all the other fisheries programs that we have. We've been training, building capacity for our community members. On we have 15 technicians now. But during the summer and when everybody's working, we probably have 25 people working during the summer on a short-term basis, like a week here or 2 weeks there, and some of these they now understand that these are just short-term work. Being a technician, you have to be looking for work all the time, even through the winter or go on EI. So we tried to make them be working through the winter or most of the winter. So Shelton's program on the restoration, it goes for 8 months.
Pretty much.
Yeah, 8 months.
August to March.
Yeah. So that employs 15 of them for sure to get employed right to the end. And coming back into the summer now, in the springtime now we're starting the sturgeon program. We also had a number of training modules. We had 6 or 7, almost 7 now. With 7 training modules that we had. One is coming up in June. So most of the fisheries and salmon enhancement programs that we've learned in our time, they're learning now. They're learning what the resource is about and why are they on the river, and collecting brood stock and taking care of the salmon and the sturgeon and stuff like that. They know now. They know that the resource within our territory is huge. Most of it is Chinook, and we have a small run of sockeye that we now share with Lataco, man. In Cornell, she goes, somehow or another,
everyone's fixing the damn territory.
They claim the top part of the Bahaward. They claim the top part of Bahaward, so part of my job is to build the capacity, and not build the capacity with them, but build a relationship with them so that we can work with them, because it's our fish too. It was first our fish, now we share the resource on the upper Bound River. So
the reality is, though, we have more capacity than they did.
Oh yeah.
So last year our crew actually went up there and did a fish capture. So we captured brood to go to a hatchery.
Where do they just? Yeah, I know there's been the Bowen run there forever. Like it's been struggling for a long time. But how did nations just go, oh, this is ours now too? Like a statement of intent. Like we can just go claim down to the Kootenays and just go, oh, that's ours. Like that's what it seems like people are doing now. It's frustrating.
Yeah, well, they claimed right down to downtown here.
Nakasley did. I know. We're sitting in Nakasley territory right now, apparently. Yeah, I know.
Okay, the next one is we're doing sturgeon. We're also the sturgeon program is started already. They're doing adult sturgeon catch now and doing DNA on sturgeon but in the next 2 weeks we're hiring another crew on the sturgeon program. So we're going to have 2 crews on the sturgeon program, 2 crews of 4. So one crew will be out there catching juvenile with hooks and rods, and that's all they'll be doing. And taking data down, and if they have to insert a tag in them, then that's what they'll do. And every catch they do a scan on the catch, make sure that it hasn't had a little
tag. And I did that when I was like 18.
So those are recorded, and the weights are taken, the size are taken, and
little fin sample.
Yeah, a little fin sample. Yeah,
I remember all this.
So that's part of the sturgeon program that's going to be going on. I'm going on now.
It's like 18 going up there. More outside.
Yeah. Okay, we have another one that's coming up in this year, and it's called ED&A. We're building a partnership with DFO and UNBC in regards to this. And the DNA is a scientific project that they come up with to track where the fish actually come from. Like, where did this sockeye come from, actually? Even though, like, they're going to use elephants or smolts to take DNA off of that. Take a scale off, and then bring it back to the lab, and then later on, if that shows up, they'll know where that fish came from.
Oh man, things are progressing. That's actually really cool. That's a cool project.
So that's part of it, and also with Chinook. So and the one on Chinook, I think they want to do a live catch down by Red Rock Canyon, and I don't know how many fish they wanted, 200,
something like that.
They wanted 200 fish, unless if it's really, really, if it's a real good program, like and really protecting the fish, I agree with it. But other than that, I don't believe that we can use gill nets on Chinook, and release them safely. Because of the struggle and the people
just the trauma.
Yeah, you traumatize them. Yeah. And even though they're still alive and you release them, they can still die because they're still traumatized.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm worried about anyways. But they still want to go ahead with it. But I want to make sure that they're protected. They don't end up killing more fish just because some scientists want to say, "Oh, look at what I did," and well, anyways, we know the story.
We can do a deeper dive into this in another session because it's actually really interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's a 30-minute conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Or an hour or 2.
Or 3 hours.
They can go on and on the DNA.
Put community fishing now.
Oh, okay. Okay, the community fishing, we did a community fishing for a couple of years. We've provided fish for the community from another community, Kitwanga, and the one before that was right from the ocean, it was Bella. No, it was up from Prince Road. What's that reserve there? Metlakatla.
Oh yeah.
We hired a fisherman from there to catch us. I think it was 1,500 fish or something like that then. But anyways, so that's what we've been doing because we weren't able to fish. This year, I still don't know yet. We haven't had word in terms of whether we can fish or not. They see a window in it. There's a small window that we can probably access some salmon this year from the river, and I think it's probably going to be on the late start. which will be in September or late August.
Yeah.
So that's a good, they're a good fish. They're the best fish, I think anyways.
That's okay.
From fishing, and that's okay. So, but DFO is also offering us 200 Chinook. We can take it. We need to take it at, they want us to take it from the mouth of one of the main channels, like Willow or the Bower, or even the McGregor, because those are the most big fish that we have in terms of Chinook, and the most fish that goes up the McGregor into Fondanico and them areas like that in the upper areas of the spawning channels.
So let's just do the last one. We'll call the sonar.
Yeah, okay, the sonar, we've done the sonar for going on 3 years now. The sonar was brought to us by DFO, and it was a pilot project. So with the pilot project came the sonars and the budget. And we were allotted $2 million, I think. It was a little over $2 million to purchase 3 sonars. So that's what we did.
Oh.
We have 3 sonars within our possession. It belongs to Lately Tane. We've been running the sonar program for the past 3 years with funding from Pissy. I think it's Pissy.
Yeah, Pissy.
Hope they're really locked up.
Salmon. And so we've been running that program with DFO, but we manage the program. And so the budget for that was probably, let me see, $139,000 a year. $139,000 a year. It was less at the beginning, but it's since been going up a little bit. We have 1 more year. We're still coming to the deadline, probably June or July. Then we start negotiating for the sonar, because the 1st of July, in that first week of July, then the sonar has to be in the river, and the sonar is put in the upper Fraser at the Penny site.
Oh yeah,
you know where that is?
Across the bridge, you got a train bridge there or whatever.
No, quite a bit upstream.
Down
quite a bit upstream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Down up by where this old sawmill was.
Yeah, where you're going towards Long.
Yeah, where the village is there.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's a long.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So the sonar program. What we've done with the sonar program, we have 3 technicians working on the sonar program from the beginning. They were trained in that area to do the sonar, so that's what they do. But since then, we've had another module, training module for the sonar and the sturgeon program, so that we can include other technicians to learn about those areas. And if we're short on people, and you know how it is when people don't report to work, sometimes you have to replace them for the day or whatever. Depending how sick they are. I say sick because it's what they do is they get sick and take time off. So that's what happens. So we have a lot of crew now that can be replaced, and so just to keep the program and keep the reporting to DFO in regards to the replacements for them.
Our crew turnover is almost 0 in the last 2 years. So
perfect.
It's just the same people showing up, and attendance is like, it's good.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's
you know, and it's, for some people it's exceptional.
Yeah.
You know, it's I can show this is a live. So sonar, it's how you count fish going through the river.
Yeah.
So you just get to see it, and then
is this for sturgeon or salmon?
Salmon.
Salmon.
Well, you see anything.
Well,
So,
yeah, I know, but
yeah. It's supposed to work.
I just seen the one.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. So you.
Holy shit! Look at that.
Yeah. So another thing is now you got to have someone reviewing all the data.
Yeah.
And recognizing the fish because you recognize it by its silhouette. So you could tell that was a Chinook, but different fish will see a little different.
Oh,
so that's one of the jobs we do in the winter for some people is they're
just sit there and watch for movement. Yeah.
Watching TV all day long.
Yeah.
Okay. We're lower schedule.
I'm going to go back a little bit and, from the start in terms of the training on the hatchery. We target the training towards the hatchery to entice our younger people to get involved or to even go to university, get their degree.
Biology and
to go to the hatchery. But we found out later that you don't need a university degree to get into the hatchery, but you need these courses, and these training that we've given them. That's all they need.
Nice.
So we're sort of covered there. The DFO made one, to set the bar.
Yeah.
In terms of how they get to work and how they can apply for the work. Okay, we
some probiotics
for Mother's Day.
And again,
we have a collaboration with DFO and UFFCA and like I said in the beginning, with the fences and whatever work they do within our territory, they now contact us and tell us that we have these contracts from DFO that we want to do within your territory. Who do you have available? Oh, we got lots of people available. So boom. They did them to work right away, and messing around, with all that stuff except for rides and but we're building capacity in that too. We have 3 trucks now and 2 trucks. I think that's 3 trucks. No, it's 3 trucks.
Banger's gonna have 5 minutes just enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
How you doing?
This one done.
Hello, Tofik.
Also, I thought all part of this was to start building capacity in the fisheries area, so that our guys are taking care of our resources, our territory.
Yeah.
Budget-wise, like I said, restoration, we got $3,250,000 for 3 years. The DFO AFS work is $165,000 a year. They give us a little raise, so this was hideous, I guess. The hatchery, you do get a hatchery fund. It's about $121,000, I think. All this just going by memory when I was sitting with them. Oh, I gotta put some numbers down so you guys understand how much money we're dealing with now. The sturgeon project is about $160,000 a year or more. Would believe it's way over into $100,000 for the sturgeon project. The EDNA is $115,000. According to the FMP guideline. And the USFCA, they owe us money. $77,000. That's it. Any questions?
We're revenue neutral, so we don't make money on fish, but we don't lose money.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people to work.
Yeah.
You're saying
to do a lot of capacity.
Yeah. It's the point when people come to us, they're not coming because volunteer. They're coming because we're actually so
And I just want to mention that our team, part of our team was Shelton, Brian Todd, Jason Yarmish, and Jeffrey Beardoll. And we have 2 other, the Campbell, Mr. and Mrs. Campbell.
Protein Pete.
That's right. Well, we've got All community members.
And we also have
support.
We also had chief and council sitting on board when we were doing the location for the hatcheries. And we have to continue that and get that back on the trail and on board and
We can't pay, we put this side form,
Need to like
those form, they can
have openings, the windows that open. Get fixed stuff.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, I'm.
So my chair went down.
Later, we'll talk about it later.
Wow.
It's shit.
Well, no, if you made it,
It will be form, immediate council are elected, they have to sign each form.
that's
So keep going.
Well, it doesn't help that the heat doesn't stay. Thanks to you. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you.
I can get the footnotes together for you guys and put some.
He's not going to finish in
Put
10
some numbers.
No way.
It's understood by attendee.
You can certainly talk about
Next day, we'll send that email.
Yeah.
Telling us we thought. So council says, if you want.
It'll be very fast.
I hope so.
If anything extra, email us and we will review.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever, that, Zanga, just review whatever, you don't need a decision or anything, just do a quick update, we do have emails. Hey, Zanga. No.
Past your time, better. That's mine. Multiple issues? Like, come on.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no.
Did anybody see how many pages of?
Yeah, exactly right.
Good afternoon, Chief and Council. I will be very, very brief. We have, thanks for having me this afternoon. There's a lot to talk about, but I'll try and do this in 10, 15 minutes. We have a land guardian, Grace, and Olivia. Delany is a GIS technician, the help band members. We have Elaine, who just joined us recently too. And then I work as the natural resources manager. Sorry, I have to be fast.
Oh, no.
Usually we are primarily responsible for stewardship of the land, and we get referrals in mining, oil and gas, cultural archaeology, that's heritage resource. We got in energy, get in other resource projects, land use, and forestry as well. Essentially, when we get referrals, we primarily review to see if it's complete. If it's not complete, in terms of the documentation, we get in touch with the proponent, and then we determine if it goes to council right away or not. Sometimes we need to get council involved immediately. We receive referrals, and there are tons of examples like that. For example, the land transfer issues, I will touch on it in a moment. And then we check to see what we got on our database. We regularly update this. I will touch on that in a moment as well. We check some of the layers we've had. We have internally, we check archaeology, we check TUS study, we check some of the studies like the WAPA data from LTNE and the province, the direct data, and all of that we do. Sometimes we involve consultants also in some of the work we do. Actually, especially when it has to do with businesses and environmental issues, we do that. And then we do meet with proponents as well. And of course, when it has to do with making decisions, we will always get it back to Chief and Council. Sometimes administration, and sometimes it goes even to our lawyers. And at the moment, we are also working to transition into a quarter system. there's been conversations going on. I guess we just need to decide on which direction we move in to serve our purposes. Okay, so some of the major projects we have at the moment, we've got the PC Hydro. I know Harlan must have touched on that, probably the economic side of it, but the PC Hydro, which you know already, it is a transmission line that goes from Prince George to Terrace. And for simplicity, the project is sectioned into two phases. Phase 1, which is to Glenallen, and then phase 2 up to Terrace. We fall into phase 1 category, so we are not involved in the discussion going on at phase 2. Phase 1, we work with three other nations. We call ourselves in the Chaco group, and there's a ton of advantage in doing that. So we work with Stellatin, we work with Nadli, we work with Cycos, and then our nation, 4 of us. So we have, and I know Claire has been in one of our sessions.
Well, there's the next session coming up soon, too.
The next session coming up, 29. I ask that, Council, if you are able to, it's a good opportunity to get up to speed with what's been going on. And the idea is there's a lot. This project has been on since 2023, so there's a lot to unpack. And I try as much as possible to have periodic community updates so that membership can get to speed with what's been going on. And then it's a good opportunity to debrief with members as to what we've been doing over time. So please make it a day. The information is already out on our Facebook, on the website, on the door. If you go to the rest, you'll find it all over the place. I will skip through because of time. The other project is our wind project, which you know already. It is not new. Perhaps what is new is that we are going to have a TUS study and SocioX study conducted. Even though it's owned by you, the band, we will still have to do the due diligence. So Firelight will be doing that. There's the Raptor survey going on. We have other efforts going on. Efforts like, and I know Shelton has helped a lot with meeting with the dumping number and all that. There's also efforts going on at looking for the optimized road access. That there's a lot of work going on in that. I want to speak briefly about the green energy installation, and I highlighted that because it's important for the community. And I know I said this recently too. This project will be up and running in the next 3-4 years, and there's a training opportunity called the Green Energy Installation right here in town, 8 weeks training, free for community members. I'm bringing this so that we can encourage our high school students to get on this training. It's essentially and strictly on wind installation, maintenance, and all that. It's been sent out to the community, and I know sometimes these messages get missed. So I'm bringing it to Council's attention that we should encourage, because at the end of 4 years, the project will be on, and there has to be some folks maintaining it. Obviously, the contractor will have the obligation for so many years, 4 or 5 years, as the case may be. But it's also a good way to get members into this project that will last over 25, 30 years. And it's going to be money spinner. I just wanted to bring that out. And then there is the elephant in the room, which is, so this is the territorial boundary, and the black one is the exclusive area that is not shared. This project boundary, fortunately, unfortunately, there's 1 or 2 turbines that enters into the shared territory. And there's been a long conversation around what do we do? Do we engage with Letaco or not? Is Letaco open enough to receive our engagement?
How new is this new shared territory? Like, I'm still blown away by all this.
All Letaco's always had a shared territory.
Like at the spot, or are they popping back up?
No, it's not popping. It's
okay.
Same that they keep changing. But yeah, it's a major thing we have to resolve. And I know at the last Chief Council, we discussed this a little bit too, and I know Chief herself reached out to, I believe, Chief Clifford.
Yeah.
And it was more like get the F out of here, you know. He wasn't.
He just said we're going a different direction.
Yeah.
That's all he said.
Okay.
Close enough.
So it wasn't a receptive response like they expect, but we have to find a way to go around this. We've made efforts to we've had extensive conversation with our partner Ikwena, such that there is no turbine line that goes into the shared space. But it has always come back to the economics of things. It's a business that is run by wind. And there are some places where you have more wind and less wind, especially up on the ridge. So it's something that I will still bring forward again to the council, that how do we want to go about this in terms of meeting with Leitapo, or how should we go? I don't want to, you know. It's a big elephant in the room. Do we insist that no project should be in the shared space?
Well, I think the declaration says everything there, you know, it's all there. There is no ifs or buts, whether you're my cousin or not. You're not in our territory, like, you know, it's straightforward.
But there's two, are you saying there's two windmills that are in the?
For now.
And that's in shared space.
Yeah, so this line is the exclusive. All of these turbines fall about 17 of those turbines, actually 16, pardon, falls in the exclusive zone area. There is one in the boundary, just at the boundary, and then we have one more that goes outside of the.
Does that one more have to be there? Can we move it up?
This is a deeper dive.
We were told earlier today to ask about Bill 15. What was it?
Oh, that's the government is just going to. Bill 15 is essentially the government's just going to try to push stuff through without First Nations consultation if it's a major project and they see it fit to do so. So, yeah.
In order to save time, I can leave it something to think about. Maybe when we meet next week, we can come back to it so that, but yeah, it's just something to think about.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, we'll have to deal with it anyways.
Who's had the longest relationship with the company or the project? Us or Leitapo?
What's the input?
It's all our project. Leitapo's like, what they're saying is there's going to be a wind turbine in like kind of the shared space.
Yeah, I get that.
Which
it's weird.
When did they decide, well, we're going to have that space?
That's what I was asking too. Yeah.
If we're going to be business people, we got to lead by principle. And those are principles that we lead by in terms of declarations and
we reached out.
I think, well, we can reach out, write them a letter, say, well, you know.
We can go.
Also, like, how long does our territory line predate theirs? Like,
we can go Bill 15 on them, just saying, we need this, we're pushing it through.
No, they want to take one of our windmills.
Okay, quickly. And then, you obviously know this already, the Bill 15, that's a major thing we're dealing with now. Coupled with the fact that the Renewable Energy Project Act, which essentially gives the province, which will, if it goes through, essentially will give the province authorization to roll over everybody's head, essentially.
Yeah.
They have their free way to authorize project and without necessarily going through any environmental assessment. That's a big thing we're dealing with now. And by the way, the UBCM, the AFN, there's been letters. And then for all the 4 Nechako nations, with our lawyers working with us, we've also written a letter about all of that. To save time, there's also the Sunrise Expansion Project going on. It's going through the Canada Energy regulator process at the moment. We participated already in the oral indigenous session. So it's the way it's structured is more like you're going through court cases, essentially court hearing and all of that. That's the way the CAR is different from the EA process. The EA process, right from the get-go, you start talking about value components, all of the biophysical assessment and all of that. But for the CAR is more like a court hearing, and then you have oral indigenous sessions. We have some of our elders participate in that, and then you have lawyers write letters and reviews and all of those things. Just this afternoon, late afternoon, I just got the report. There's been a lot of CMTs found from one of our community members participating in that, and we were going to have a project that would help band members and whoever is interested to be able to visualize some of these CMTs and whatever significant, cultural significant places or materials that the band has. But unfortunately, the company folded up, or they sold it to KPMG last month, no, in February. So that project is now on hold, essentially because we KPMG is KPMG and it's internationally known. We don't really want to have our data resident with KPMG for several reasons. The Vitro Mineral, that's the Angus project. They've been here about 2 or 3 times. They've met with council. This project is not exactly within the band's territory. It's in the regional assessment area. But it's essentially a major project that is going through the environmental assessments now. Next slide. We have the Exodus mineral. That's gold exploration is going on. We have CO2 Lock Corporation. What they do is to store CO2 under the earth, targeting bauxite.
But that has to be relooked at because they came with us and it was totally sugar coated.
Absolutely.
And I heard they went to another community and doing the same thing. And then what they said to that community was totally different from what.
Absolutely. I've heard from Psychos because we talk, and I'm coming to that. And I believe I discussed it briefly with the ED. I'm bringing them next week, May 15th, to talk to council. So I just wanted to point that out. The Longworth is another major project. The land transfer, we will talk more on that later as we meet. Because we are live, I can't really say so much on this.
Yeah.
But there's a land transfer, sort of West Mobility. I'll just leave it at that. And then we have other projects, the Mount Wilson Silica project. We have the same agreement. We have the draft line policy. We have the hunting application. Upcoming projects, we have the Metro Lake Wildlife Management. I'll just briefly, we have the oil and gas. So the northeast of the territory, there's a lot of oil and gas activities going on. There's a plan we're having for that. We will share it with council with time. There's also the potential plaza mining collaboration with our neighbors, including Letaco. It's still a conceptual idea, but we'll see how that goes because the Mineral Act is really, really not modernized. It needs serious revamping to meet up with 100. So I'll give you that.
Mineral Act is super old too.
Yeah,
they get away with anything.
It's
Yeah,
really terrible.
it is. Yeah.
And then Capua Research, Capua Park Research is also another. I just applied for a funding. So it's a research group from Alberta. They want to do some work on Quackwa, and if you know, it goes also across border.
Yeah, to Alberta.
Yes, so they will be doing some work, and I'm looking at how our land guidance can also get experience by virtue of the work they will be doing, being a research institute and all of that. I just finished that yesterday also. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Oh, no. You have such just like, good. But definitely, like next week, we'll touch on a bunch of those pieces.
So, Benga, see 2 minutes from council. Benga, get it. Oh, Resi, we're done.
Yeah. You going up there, Ted? Your buddy's place?
Sorry, when we running that few, tell them